Good morning, welcome back to Online Darts here for Pro Tour Live. It's Players Championship number 5 today. Hope you are all very well. My name is Jack Garwood. I'll be here with you throughout the day. Mr. Phil Bars will be joining me at the conclusion of the MODUS Super Series today. Get involved in the chat room throughout the day. Joe's in. It says, what, on Monday? Yeah, especially after United. Yeah, all right. Antoinette's in. How are we doing? Nell says, have a good one. He's watching live on a stream. Wayne says, can we have Hetta v Mr. P up first? Let me just double check what's being streamed. Juanita's in. How are we doing? Afternoon, Davey. Hope you're all well. Afternoon, David. Kieran's in as well. All good, thank you, guys. Yeah, no sign of Hetta and Mr. P on stream, so that's more than fine. Morning, Mark. Hope you're well, pal. I'm very good. Right. Hi, Paul. Good evening from us. Hope you're well, Ian. Thanks for tuning in. Right, you know what time it is, everyone. Let me know who you think wins the title today in the chat room. Go on, one name, go. I definitely should have made more of an effort with my hair this morning. Apologies. I look like a mess. Nope, don't want that one. I want that one. Ben says Josh Rock. It's been a few days since we've seen these, isn't it? I'm going Gary, you know. Gary Anderson. Bosch Dart says Owen Bates. How we doing, Bosch? I've seen you guys on Instagram. Wade to have a good run. That would be lovely. All big James Wade fans here. You should know that by now, especially Phil Bars. You won't like that one. Juanita saying Hetta. Of course you are, Juanita. 3 guesses where Juanita is from, everybody. Ian says Bunting. Any more for any more before the games get underway? Joe's gone with me. Says Anderson to smash up. Mark saying snake bite. Found a bit of form of late, hasn't he? Morning, Anthony. How are you? It really is morning where you are. Ben says Dirk shoulder mitten. Yeah, that's an interesting one today to see how Van Dijvenberg goes. Nico saying Luke Woodhouse. That looks like it's lined up a bit better. That will be our feature, so we'll get that one ready. 7 a.m. Round it. Committed to the cause, Anthony. Beautiful. Right, duplicate that 4 times. It is afternoon now, yeah, just. We've snuck over. Let me change that to ball 2. Interesting commentary lineup this weekend, it seems. Mark Wilson, Glenn Dorrant, and Dan McCarthy. Oh, we have pictures, and we have games live. What's going on there? Board 4, please. Gary on a streaming board to start, as is Mervyn King and Dave Chisnell. Van Gerwen against Danny Van Tripp on streaming board 1, and on streaming board 2, Dirk Van Dijvenbode and Daniel Closer. Did Littler pull out? He's just not playing this weekend. Yeah, he's taking a rest. He's already in the spots for the match play. He's done an awful lot of late, hasn't he? Let's be honest. So, when do what start, Mitchell? The games are underway now. Well, some of them are. Although it would appear that... Oh, no. That's right. Who else pulled out? There's no Humphreys for this one. Adam Smith-Neal has been removed by the DRA. Let me go and have a look. There's usually a really good source for who's in and out. Okay, we're going to have to go the other way with that. Go away, Chile. Where is darts tennis? There they are. Jesus. So Littler and Humphreys did withdraw. Well, they just never entered this event. I believe there's a couple more with that. There's been some late entry changes. So after the entries were published, Gerwin Price, Jim Williams, Matt Campbell, Rob Cross and Ryan Joyce have all withdrawn. Romeo Grabavak, Wesley Placid, John Henderson, Connor Scott, Reece Colley and Thomas Lovely are all in. I believe that's Reece Colley's Pro Tour debut. Is that? You just keep track of this way. So Chisnell's taking the opener with 15, Danny Noppert 16 against Martin Dracht. And Gary Anderson 1-0 to the good. Ryan Sell 2-0 up against Owen Bates. Two Somerset boys. Josh Rock and Barry Vampire 1 apiece. Ricardo Petrescu with a 13 dart leg to open against Ricky Evans. Michael Smith 2-0 up, only averaging 79 though. Cheers, Bosch. That was Mr. Bars. A good week down in Portsmouth with Matt. That's one of them. I must pick that up somewhere. Where is my laptop charger? Oh, good. This is the problem with being away. Today's my first day at home since not Thursday, just gone, the one before that. Thanks, Joe. So kind and considerate to tip the man that most of the chat room have also picked. There you are, mate. Photo of Little is lovely this morning. Thoughts on the Little Pikachu incident? I thought it was strange. The days of being disrespected by players going a certain way or whatever seem to have long gone. Double is very much in. It helps the players. But if you don't like the route and you think it's more difficult and you think he's showing off but he doesn't pull it off, then surely you're in a better position to win anyway. So yeah, I don't see what the problem is. Jar will tell you. Words to live by this. Don't be mad, be better. James has his time MVG 1-1. Yeah, true. He's sporting his new shirt. The evolution of Van Gogh's shirt's quite amusing to me because it's just gone pink, then it was just all green, and now he's slowly adding more and more black to the point where it's just going to be an all black shirt with green writing by the time he retires. I don't know if that's actually true, but I'm very well, Pete. How are you? Everything I need open. Time Pete or one potentially. He's playing a lot better of late. Still yet to really convert that, but we'll see. Michael Smith is flying, 4-up on Tim Walters. Averaging 92 now. He's dragged it up from 79. Josh Rock finds himself behind to bury Vampire. Ricky Evans is levelled with Petretsko. Both of those averaging 104. Dave Chisnell hit the ground running. He's 3-0 up. As is Stephen Bunting. Considerably less average than Dave Chisnell has himself, though. 15 points below. Strange. What's going on? Oh, spot the slow board for the day. Board 8, Peter Wright, Adam Gallas, Robert Owen, Alan Suter, Jose de Souza against Lucas Veinig, and Romeo Gabavak against John Henderson. Then again, board 10, Bunting the rapid one, Gilding and Mensah on the same board. Oh. Adam Warner 2 apiece with Ross Smith. Al Pilgrim once again averaging 95 on a Pro Tour without a tour card. Mad. First result of the day, Michael Smith, a 6-1 winner over Tim Walters. Danny Noppert looking like he might be next to join Smith in the winner's enclosure. 5-0 up on Martijn Dracht. Joe Cullen leads Matthew Dennett 5-2. Van Gerwen 4-3 behind. Afternoon ASG. Chizzy with a 108 average. Not bad at all. Danny Noppert just finished with 104 average in a 6-0 win over Martijn Dracht. No Littler in this one, Simon. He has decided to have a couple of days rest. Joe Cullen is a victor. He beats Matt Dennett 6-2 of 103 average. Ryan Searle 6-3 win of 103 average over Owen Bates. Although when they've moved to results, both of those averages have now changed. Strange. Good morning, John. Hope you're well in Pittsburgh. Josh Rock, Barry Van Peer level at 4 apiece. Pilgrim levels up with Damon Hetter in our featured game. That one's on screen for you right now. On stream for you, Gary Anderson is 4-1 up on Mickey Mansell. Mansell is averaging 103, Gary 98. That's a strange game. Daniel Closer leads Dirk van Dijvenbode by 3 legs to 2 now. Petretsko's moved ahead of Ricky Evans, now leads 5-3. That's a breaker throw comfort. Brutal 149, check out by Ryan Searle. That will hurt. Afternoon, my Namek. Afternoon, David. How are you? If you're just joining, I'll give you a pass on predicting. You've got a few names that have already been knocked out, but let us know who you think's going to win today. As Van Gerwen turns it around against Danny Van Tripp. He did trail 4-3. The Green Machine is a 6-4 victor. Peter Wright and Adam Gaulas are still only 2 apiece. That's the first game on that board. My Namek says Gary Anderson to win, as does Jack. Remember, if you do have any questions, drop them in the chat room, get involved. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel, as we are approaching 35,000 subscribers. How far away are we from that? Let's have a look. We've done it. We've hit 35,000. Very well noticed from all of us, but we are just over now. 55 subscribers over that mark. I suppose I better tell the team. That's MVG's first win in 5 games. Oh, yeah, it could be. 2 first-round losses in the Premier League. Did they lose both first rounds in the last block of Pro Tours and the Euro Tour? Hi, Blue Viking. No, Gerwyn Price is not playing today, unfortunately. He was a late withdrawal. One of a few. Gary Anderson is a 6-3 winner over Mickey Mansell, averaging 100 for the Flying Scotsman. Adam Warner gets another back, 4 apiece with Ross Smith. Barry Van Peer, Josh Rock into a decider. MG lost to Cross and Litton Premier League right in the Euro Tour and Sulovic. I forgot about the UK Open, yeah. Will one of the second games finish before Right Gallup? There's a chance. Drew Roos has already won the lap on Josh Richardson. Sedlacek and Belmont are already won apiece. Stephen Burton 2-0 up on Robbie Knox. Pilgrim edges ahead of Damon Heta. Gezzy's working on his doubles, letting him down big time. Yeah, I thought he played pretty well in the Premier League last week. Barry Van Peer defeats Josh Rock. Rocky is gone in round 1 to Bionic. Isn't Price doing a fish shop in Markham? Possibly. Right, Gallas still just 3-2. Rock missing 3-match darts. Right versus Gallas, longest game in darts. Well, it certainly feels like it already. Now 23, 24 minutes in at least. As I said, that's not the quickest board in the world either. They're not going to catch up unless we get a few 6-0s. Makes the game between that German and Cantele. What was his name? Liam Maindle Lawrence. Heta snatches it from Daryl Pilgrim. And the heat moves on. The heat is on. Who shall we go for next? Should we go for a bit of Connor Scott, everyone? It's Reece Griffin. That looks like fun. Some other results that perhaps I haven't said so far. Christopher Tysky, a 6-3 winner over Brett Claydon. Stephen Bunting got the job done 6-1 over Richie Edhouse. Danny Knocker with that 6-1 over Martin Drax. Pikachu Petretsko, 6-3 win over Ricky Evans. Ross Smith completed a 6-4 victory over Adam Warner. Clayton, a 6-1 win over Ryan Meikle. Ryan Sell, that 6-3 win over Owen Bates earlier. Did you hear the news about the 300 players? Diaz, Nunes, Cody? I did not. It doesn't sound great. Typical. I'll be honest, mate, I was on the beers just today. Afternoon, Liam. Are you down there, where? Thanks very much. Yeah, Reece Colley in as a Challenge Tour call-up. Where is he on the Order of Merit? So Reece Colley is 23rd on the Order of Merit. Janssen is there. Bolton, I don't think is. Kirk, no. Some of them might have come home to work. Lakaziak is. Pilgrim is. Lee Cox won an event yesterday. No Littler today. Who's your favourite to win today? I've gone for Gary Anderson. I'm fuming they wouldn't let me win that, Liam. No, I'm joking. It's all good fun. So down at the Super Series, if you do attend on a Saturday night now, the social media team do a 9-dart challenge with anybody from the crowd. You literally pop in, no warm-up darts, straight in, 9 darts. Highest visit wins a signed board by all 6 of the finalists on that night. So Jeff Smith, Andy Hamilton, etc. on the board this week. Liam walked in, gets the high score, and then gets beaten by his mate in the last visit of the attempt, who doesn't play darts, which probably hurts. Meanwhile, I had a go just to try and bulk out the leaderboard a little bit. It was quite a quiet night, and I scored 380. Right, Gallas is still going. Yeah, on board 11, they have played 2 matches. This is shambolic. Hendo is there today, James, yet? Cody thinks groin, Diaz ankle, Nunes hamstring. Oh, for Christ's sake. How's the Americans doing? I don't think any of them have played yet. Yeah, none have played yet. No Canadians yet either. No North Americans at all. Opinions on Drew Roos from Denmark. Really good A game. One of those whose drop off is just way too big for him to compete in the top 32, etc.
Recovery. Game shot number match.
I am a Liverpool fan, yes. I did get a chance for you to silence it. He is a fantastic guy. In fact, everybody this week was top class. Couldn't find any of them. John Michael is such a character. I've had a great time with him. Never known anybody refuse practice darts the way that he does, but he's been cracking entertainment. When am I calling MODUS next? What date is it? 18th. So I'm in Blackpool this weekend for the Seniors Champion of Champions. I'll be heading there on Friday. I'm off to Prague next week with my partner. Then I've got a week from home, well, ish from home, and then I'm reffing the week of the 8th, and then every other week for 4 weeks from there. So to complete the series. However, expect to see a little more of me, I think. I am relocating to Portsmouth. Hopefully going down for Champions Night. I beat the other guy. I'll let you off. Scored 69. Yeah, Jeff Smith, really nice guy. David Cameron, I spent a fair bit of time with through the seniors anyway. Andy Hamilton looked in great nick. Him versus Hendo could be an absolute belter next weekend in Blackpool. Why would we be sharing a room, John? A moving house. He already lives with someone in the gallery anyway. Peter Wright, Adam Gallas is still going. Owen Binks is a character, yeah. It's good crack. Good lad. He's reffing today. Hopefully he's going to teach me how to spot as well, which should be fun to learn. So far we have 2 boards that have finished their second game before Wright and Gowlas have finished the first on board 8. Is Wadey and Scott Williams playing today? Wadey definitely is. I don't see why Scott Williams wouldn't be, but let me have a quick look for you. How's the silencer feeling about the season? Keeping positive? Yeah, I think the key takeaway from Jeff is he's just going to be in a position now to enjoy it. He can go back and work in Canada in his garage. He's playing the CDC stuff. He's still got roots into World Championships, etc. He's going to get chances at the Super Series. He's that big of a name, isn't he? So there's no way that's the last time we've seen Jeff down there. And he's just relaxed about things now. He's not. Scott Williams is playing. He takes on Luke Woodhouse, by the way. But I think a lot of players might find themselves in that position as well. Like, there is a huge switch in mentality needed when you go from playing darts as a fun hobby on the side that earns you a fair bit of cash to doing it for your dinner. And if you don't get a result, that's it. Like, you're struggling that month. And it just adds that extra weight of pressure on everything you're doing. Golfers, you see golfers do the same. You can have somebody absolutely rip it up at their home course all the time. You get them in a qualifying event for the Open or something, or to go pro, they ain't got it. Right, Gallas is finally over. Yes, nearly 40 minutes. But Snakebite has progressed. Next up on board 8, Rob Owen and Alan Suter. Spare a thought for everybody else on that board who's now going to be behind. Stefan Belmont is a 6-3 win over Karel Sedlacek. When's the next one on Freeview Channel 5? What do you mean, Daz? Excluding Luke Littler, which teenage sensation is going to do well this year? I mean, Leighton Bennett is playing some fabulous darts. The problem with Leighton Bennett is Leighton Bennett. Bradley Roos is a very mature youngster, obviously getting over the line on Saturday at the Super Series. He's just added a little half a second pause to the start of his action to make sure he's set. Like, to be doing that at his age is very bright. Jensen Walker's finishing when he's on it. His tops hitting is brilliant. There's a few about. Keep an eye on that. I'm almost saying keep an eye on the JDC now because they're not going to come straight off the Dev Tour. And there's a little Scottish lad as well, Logan something, I think. Afternoon, Simon. Hope you're well. Some updates from scores, and I'll run through them in order. Darren Beveridge to a piece of Wesley Placier, the former Dutch Open champion. Of course, Jarno Bottenberg now holds that title. Josh Richardson, 5-4 lead over Benjamin Drew Roos. Graham Hall, 2-1 up over Paul Kroner. Niels Zonneveld leads Nathan Rafferty 4-3. Nick Kenny, 3-2 up on Michele Torretta. Matters Rasmus turned it around against Leighton Bennett. He trailed in that one, but he now leads 4-3. Ronnie Hybrex, 4-2 up on Jeffrey de Graaf. Connor Scott, 4-3 up on Reece Griffin. That's your featured game up on screen for you right now. Luke Woodhouse, Scott Williams, 1 apiece. Dylan Slevin leads Jeffrey Sparadans 5-4. Chris Lamman and Roby John Rodriguez are 3 apiece. Dom Taylor, 4-1 up on Yella Klassen. And George Killington now leads Kim Hybrex 4-3. That one's been updated as we're going along. Yeah, I was very close, Liam. I can't lie. None of the players reacted, which is probably why I just didn't make a scene out of it. But yeah, just a little bit more awareness, perhaps. But again, fantastic talent. Scores like an absolute train. Afternoon, Matador. Hope you're well, buddy. Do we have a live lounge tonight? We do. Do we have a guest? Yeah, I'm back because I've missed the last 3. I highly doubt we've got another guest of some sort. Phil's working on the Super Series today, and I'm sat here. So I know the guys are in Germany. So it should just be the original trio tonight. Say the original trio. Myself, Liam, Phil. Who wins the Premier League this week? He's got to win one soon. I'm going Littler, but I've gone Littler for the last 6 weeks. It was strange because I've sat here for the last couple of years telling everybody how poor a night Nottingham is. in terms of atmosphere and whatever. But actually, now that I wasn't there this time, I was a bit sad about it. So I just realised I have all 4 streams open and I'm not watching any of them. Was a good interview with Edgar. Who are the players not entered? There's quite a few missing today. Littler and Humphreys, 2 of the main ones. Plus late withdrawals to Gowan Price, Jim Williams, Matt Campbell, Rob Cross and Ryan Joyce. More news. Who else withdrew earlier in the week? Nathan Aspinall, Adrian Lewis, Christian Perez, Adam Smith-Neal, Rob Cross, Ryan Joyce, Matt Campbell, Jim Williams, Gowan Price, Humphreys, Littler. The non-tour card holders competing: Danny Jansen, Stefan Belmont, Darrell Pilgrim, Oscar Lacazette, Richie Burnett, Romeo Gabavac, Wesley Plaisir, John Henderson, Connor Scott, Reece Colley, Thomas Lovely. We haven't had a Nicholson interview for a long time, actually. Good point. He's there in Portsmouth this week. Where are we going next then, folks? Most of those are they're about to finish. We can go Menzies Schindler. David's asked for Lauby. Let's go Lauby Dolan. We can always cut back between the other two if anything happens. Afternoon, Dan. If they withdraw today, is there a chance they'll play tomorrow? No joke, they've withdrawn from both blocks by the looks of it. Normally there's a note if they've only withdrawn from one. But we will see. Adam Smith-Neal has played his last Pro Tour of the season. Look, depends whatever the DRA opt to do with that. Honestly, at most, I think he'll get 3 months. Dolan moves 2-0 in front of Danny Lauby. I reckon Smith-Neal will do that to Darrell Gurney or Gowan Price. Probably not. I mean, I have seen the first bit of the video that Matt Edgar posted on his channel. But there's certainly confrontation before that stage, but Nick Kenny's leveled up 4 apiece with Michele Torretta Bennett. 5 apiece for Razma, just started 180. Do you think they'll create a Saudi event? And if they do, what would you like to see? I don't really know, to be honest. I think darts will end up in Saudi. But snooker's already out there. It's not difficult to see the connection between the Saudis and Matchroom right now. Between the boxing and now the snooker, darts is definitely going to end up out there, isn't it? Let's be honest. I don't know what they do different about it. As Leighton Bennett completes a 6-5 win over MODUS Razma, I believe Ronnie Hybrecht just picked up a victory as well. Disappeared off my screen pretty quickly. He did 6-3 over Jeffrey de Graaf. Wesley Plaisir beats Ice Cold Darren Beveridge. 3 months would be very lenient. But the difference is it's not a PDC event. If he'd gone and punched somebody on stage in the UK Open, you're looking at significant. But because it was an independent event, that you think how many darts players would have done something like that. And just not been caught on CCTV. I mean, look, Kim Hybrecht was slapping up fellow players outside a Pro Tour event not too long ago. That got leaked on Facebook a few weeks ago. Nothing's been done about it. To then turn around and go, right, Adam Smith-Neal, you're done for the season, would be quite significant in terms of a move. Ryder Cup of darts should be the Saudi event. Possibly, that would make sense. But would the Saudi public care about UK versus rest of the world? I can't remember. I think it was Dimmy, but Dideka's mum got involved as well then. It was a bit strange. George Killington knocks out Kim Hybrecht. Not literally. Not yet, anyway. 6-5 win. Dolan goes 3-1 up on Danny Lowby. The guy punch was winding him up. Yeah, I saw the video, James, but I was still like, you can't do that, can you? The crowd wasn't good for snooker. It really isn't good for boxing. I think it wouldn't be good for darts either. I completely agree, Simon, but what would be good for darts, or the people managing darts at this level, would be the amount of money the Saudis would pay for them to be there. So I still think it happens anyway. Do you think Dimitri should maybe be concerned about getting a bad reaction from the crowds next time? Yeah. I'll be very honest, I was in Minehead for that final, and I am very surprised it took as long as it did for the crowd to turn on him. Yellow Klassen beats Dom Taylor 6-5. Who's Wade playing? He'll be in this next round of fixtures, I believe. Wade. James Wade will play Wessel Nyman. I think that's the problem I've got with it, Ben, is that we've seen Dimmy go out and play ridiculous darts in a lovely free-flowing pace. We've seen him do it in the same event at the Grand Slam a few years ago when he absolutely smashes people up in the groups, averaging 107 or something, at a pace that is very, very watchable and enjoyable. And then he gets to a quarterfinal and decides, no, I'm going to play really slow. Did anyone turn up at the Saudi snooker? There was a few, but they just kept walking about during the players on the shot. How many from the Challenge Tour playing today? Quite a few. I've missed the list now. I'll have to keep this tab open, aren't I? Danny Janssen, Stefan Belmont, Daryl Pilgrim, Oscar Lacazette, Richie Burnett, Romeo Gabavak, Wesley Placid, John Henderson, Connor Scott, Reece Colley, Thomas Lovely. So there's 11 non-tour card holders playing today. Prediction for your next Premier League debutant. Interesting question. Played. Not played. Not played. Not played. Not played. Not played. Who do I think it will be? Dirk van Dijvenbode. Because the two above him in rankings, Heta and Nopper, I just don't think they consider to be as entertaining. Bunting's already played in the Premier League, Daniel. I think. Back in the day. Finished 8th in 2015. Barney warming up. There we go. Where's it gone? Everyone's saying Quadro board. Quadro board will be interesting. No further comment on those though. Dirk is quick too, so suit the pace. Yeah, 100%. Bangs in the 180s. What is going on? He's let to take a day off. Yeah, he's not here at all this weekend, Dan. you think the Premier League changes next year? I'd love to say I hope it would, Simon. The worry is that the PDC like this format and the bookies like this format, and we keep getting told it's great for the fan and the venue, which it is, but still. The worry is that because of the Luke Littler effect, shall we say, and every venue being sold out and watching numbers still be decent because the kid's doing ridiculous things, it will now be miscontrived as people enjoying the tournament and the format. And I think they're just looking at Littler. Premier League is waiting for Ricky Evans. Oh, please. Or Menzies. Menzies is a madman. Absolute madman. Did you expect this form results from Danny Jansen after losing his card? I did not. Look, even when he was winning a Pro Tour in the PDC in his debut year, the action has never been one you look at it and go, you need to copy that. You need to replicate that. That's going to hold up. And it's not really surprising that he fell down quite significantly after that Pro Tour win. To have picked it up as quickly as he has. Fair play to him. Shocking, though, that he's done that on the Challenge Tour. Is putting up form here when he gets called up to the Pro Tour once again. But then didn't really produce in Portsmouth a few weeks ago. I thought you loved the outright winner market, Glenn. You didn't get that previously. Well, I suppose you've then got to turn odds around for semis and final, haven't you? You reckon we'll get to the Prem first, Van Veen or Rock? Rock for me. I like Van Veen. I think he's a great kid. But more concerns about his action than Rock. And it's been overshadowed a little by the likes of Littler and co recently, but Rock's ceiling is ridiculous. Menzies is a 6-4 winner over Martin Schindler. I wouldn't be surprised if Rock won something. As long as he leaves the phone at home. Are you referring to his Snapchat? You're about Rock seen him for a while now, but he's just not shown it. Nobody has shown it, Scotty. In year one, he showed it, and in year two, his game went the other way and relied on consistency. So we know he's got both aspects. He's just got to put it all together now. Brendan Dolan beats Danny Lauby 6-4. Where is he? Martin Lukman. So many players on the 23-ish bracket that blow hot and cold. One day it will just click for one of them, As daft as that sounds, like on the board calls page, there was a red icon with. Let's have a look. I think it means it's live. Just means they're getting a signal from it. Nope, Nico. So there's no Luke Humphreys, and there's no Luke Littler, and there's no Nathan Aspinall, and there's no Rob Cross. So half the Premier League are here. Did you see the Littler second visit? Yes, I did. That was ridiculous. I was telling everybody about it at the Super Series when it popped up. I was like, that is just mental. Absolutely mental. When everyone talks about Premier League, Ryan Searle never gets mentioned. If you can go deeper to team, and surely has been in contention solid for years now. Premier League isn't about being solid, Glenn. We know this. As fantastic a dart player as Ryan Searle is, it doesn't add a lot anywhere else. What is the green background arrow? Do you mean on the screen that you can see now, Craig? So the scores go green when there's been an update, and the arrow points to which legs or which player's leg count has changed. It's quite a clever little system, actually. Blue, not green. Graham Usher. Game on the board, calls board 4. I don't know what you mean by blue background. I don't have a blue background. So better to watch than Cross, right? Cross has won a damn sight more and produces that level more consistently. That's why he's where he is. On form, I agree with you. Isn't it green with 3 and red against red? No, green is an update and red is result. Probably, Craig. Alan Suter beats Rob Owen in a deciding leg. Meanwhile, Martin Lutman 3-2 behind to Jurgen van der Velde. Gian van Veen 5-3 up on Halpai Puha. Raymond van Barneveld 4 up on Oscar Lacazette, which means we should get to use the Barney alarm once again today. Florian Hempel with a 14 dart leg leads Graham Usher 1-0. Patrick Gerrard leads Callum Ridds 4-3. Darryl Gurney a 3-1 lead over Mario van der Bohada. Radek Sigansky and Gabriel Clemens are currently locked in at 4 apiece. Ian White leads Callum Goffin 4-2. Boris Kirchmeier leads Andrew Gilden 4-3. Richard Veenstra is 3-1 up on Jamie Hughes. James Wade 1 away against Wessel Nyman, leading 5-3. Keane Barry leads Dimitri Vandenberg 4-3. Chris Dobie 4-1 up on Josh Payne. And Simon Whitlock a 3-1 lead over Mike DeDecker. As Lukeman goes 3 each. I'm just going to go and grab my drink. I left it in the other room. Sorry about that. Harry for the win today, if not Sir Lord. Hang on, how many picks do you want, Scotty? Big House Wade's done it. Good man. Wadey baby. All these changes to the Euro Tour. I was looking forward to the first one of the year, and there was no Martin Lukeman. Martin Lukeman. Who's going to win the seniors gold? We finally get to watch Taylor v Adams. I think this might be the time that Richie Howson gets it done, you know. He's been... I think he'll admit this. He's been a little bit distracted by snooker in the last 6 to 9 months. But he has been putting some serious board time in. He's making the latter stages of floor events again. Yeah, I think this is the one for Richie. I think Andy Hamilton looked fantastic at times, to the point where I looked and went, that's Premier League Andy Hamilton at times. If he finds that first dart, it's beautiful. And up on stage, obviously, he's got that tenacity, that roar about him. But I'm going Howson for this one. Clemens is a 6-5 winner over Radek Sigansky. Dimitri beats Keane Barry. Is Luke Littler playing today? He's not, I'm afraid, Dan. If he was, there'd be far more people sat here watching me talk about this Pro Tour. That's just the way it goes. And there was a win for Raymond van Barneveld as well. That was who else popped up at the same time. Some interesting games warming up. We're going to see Jules van Dongen take on Jeffrey de Zwaan. Vincent van der Voort against William O'Connor. Andy Bartons will take on Thomas Lovely. Lee Evans, the Evs, terrible nickname, will take on Thibaut Tricot. Andrew Gilding is out. Goldfinger thumbs down, unfortunately. He's beaten 6-4 by Boris Kruchmar. Simon Whitlock, a 6-1 win over Mike Dideka. Where's that come from? 95 average for the Wizard. Burn it down. Didn't know there was a Pro Tour today. Looked like an incredible game. Yeah, cheers for that. That's banned today, I'm afraid. Right, or Smith for the win today, says Daz. A lot of people back in right today. That little bit of surge of form that we've seen from him. So it's back on BBC iPlayer for Champion. Champions wasn't on Channel 5 last year. It was on Channel 5 last year. It is on BBC again this year. No Channel 5, unfortunately. So it's on BBC iPlayer and BBC Sport website all of Saturday. And then on Sunday, it is also on the BBC Red Button. So you can get that on easier to your TV. Is there a concern for Barry? No floor money earned yet. Didn't make PDC finals last year either. As in Keen Barry. Didn't realise it was that bad for him. Let's get our trusty friends up at Darts Rankings. 49th in the world. Defending 37% of his rankings. I guess he's got 41k to defend this year to stay where he is, which would be what, 49th, which is pretty comfortable to keep his tour card. He's already earned 10 grand this year, but all of that was UK Open, wasn't it? Most recent first. Yeah, 10 grand from the UK Open, not earned a penny elsewhere since the Worlds, and he earned 15 grand for the World. So, made the Euros though. Didn't play in the Grand Slam, the PCS, the Grand Prix, or the match play. Defending 41k, of which 17.5 is PCFs and World Championships. So he's got time to make that up for the rest of the year. But he's going to have to start earning something soon. Good point. Good spot. And I'll just close Darts Rankings altogether. I got to stop pressing that button. Martin Lukman is out. Ooh, what am I going to shout all day now? Oh, Andy Barnes is the one for me. The WDF World Champion against Thomas Lovely, who hit a 9-darter this weekend whilst playing on the Challenge Tour. Ian White, a 6-4 winner over Callum Goffin. He's another in a world of trouble. Much talked about when he did pick up his tour card last year, possibly for the wrong reasons. He's currently 93rd in the world and has earned 8.75k. He only earned 7.7 last year. and has earned £1,000 so far this year, which was the UK Open. That's not good. Richard Veenstra, a 6-4 win over Jamie Hughes. Barton's, what will be a good year for him. PCS in the Worlds, I think, is a minimum. I just think he needs to give himself a good platform and just get used to the environment. Like, the difference between a Pro Tour environment and a WF Open environment is so big. He's a player you'd expect not to get caught up in second-year syndrome. However, we've seen the likes of Scott Mitchell perhaps be undone by that a little bit, who's got similar experience to Barton's. If he could sneak in the European Championships, maybe. Obviously, anything other than that would be a bonus. Put himself in a decent position. I expect at some point in his career, Andy Barton's to play in the World Cup of Darts for Belgium. Afternoon, Dumpster Darts. Hope you're well. Don't forget to drop us a like and subscribe to the channel if you are new here. And a bit of self-promotion as well. I vlogged my UK Open experience a few weeks ago. If you want to go over and check that out on my own channel. I should be doing similar from Blackpool this weekend. I've not commented as me. I've just commented as me. You should be able to view my channel from there. I am going to change that though. I'm going to change the name on that one, I think. I think the World Cup should be 3 players who are captain 2, be something different. The problem is some countries struggle to find a decent enough second to compete. Just because the top boys have got 3 or more that could play in a team doesn't mean it's the right move for the tournament yet. Down the line, 100%. But if we look, I know it's quite an extreme example, but there was a 50-point difference in the averages between Bahrain's number 1 and Bahrain's number 2. The World Cup was miles better last year, though. The pairs all the way, the group stage format, so they get another shot at it. It was brilliant. Like, we've never been afraid to call out the PDC or give them praise when they get it right, and they finally listened to what the fans want for the World Cup, and it delivered. Who's in England's got for the World Cup? Will it be Luke and Smith? It would be Humphreys and Smith right now, yeah. The top 4 seeds should play round 1, yeah. I didn't like the fact that they got a bye and then seeded into the bracket. Again, that's the sort of shit that goes on in the Grand Slam that I ain't a fan of. Graham Usher is out, 6-3. Board 11, absolutely flying at Danny Noppert and Stephen Burton, who both picked up 6-0 wins in the same amount of time. Richie Burnett still playing is cool. Yeah, he played at the Seniors World Championship, but he has lost his tour card now. Still as mad as ever is Richie. The top 4 country on the ranking, maybe his second team on the World Cup, potentially. How are you getting on now? You've joined the rear scallop crew. So they're not quite rear scalloped. I don't know how to describe it. Is Ross Smith out? No, he won 6-4 against Adam Warner. But I will show you my doodads. This one's in the best condition. So this is what I'm throwing with at the minute. They're not quite a scallop, but they're just like a raised edge. So I will rest my thumb there to like push off of. They're going okay. I think the Gattuso interview is probably the best way to sum it up. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good for the purpose of this stream. Yeah. I've not done anything overly spectacular with them yet that I couldn't do with my old darts, but they do feel a lot more comfortable. So it's just about pushing on now. Do you scallop your potatoes? No. What a strange question. To a piece then between Thomas Lovely and Andy Bartons. I have noticed that is on a stream now, but oh well, it's already up there. Where has this form from Jermaine Wattenmaner come from? 3-2 up on Mike Kyvenhoven. Jack Larber is currently off the screen because he stands to the right of the hockey, and they have no facility to move the cameras on stream board 3 or 4. Keegan Brown very similar. Steve Beaton levels up with Aaron Monk. Who's a player you hate them? I don't really hate any of the players. I have ones that I prefer to watch. Do you think Adam Smith-Neal will play darts again? Yeah, 100%. At most, I think he gets a 3-month ban. Suspension. However you want to word it. Wasn't a PDC event. He has been provoked, whether or not. Shouldn't be an excuse for it, but I think you do have to take it into consideration. He's not in his dart shirt. He's not in a sponsored shirt. He's not acting on behalf of the PDC. He's just at a local open. At most, because of who he is and for bringing the sport into disrepute, he'll get 3 months, in my opinion. Any longer than that, and they are clearly, one, setting a precedent that's quite dangerous when you consider the likes of Kim Hybrecht has been videoed assaulting other dart players of late. And we know of other incidents at the Pro Tour in the past. John Worsley and Michael Van Gerwen springs to mind. And yeah, it wasn't a PDC event. Now, I know that doesn't necessarily apply here. Again, they just say for bringing the sport into disrepute, but I think that has to be taken into consideration as well. If he'd done that at the UK Open on stage 2 in front of a crowd and televised, big ban, very big ban. But he didn't. He did it at a local Open where his status as a professional shouldn't really be relevant. It's not even as a professional, is it? It would be his status as a tour card holder. Professional is a completely different conversation. Would ITV ever show a week-long ranking tournament again? Depends if they can afford it, I guess. Darts is certainly booming right now. I think they've got enough of a team ready to do that. Just getting it through to the higher-ups, I guess. I don't know which one they would, though. I'm not sure Sky would give one up anytime soon. So you're going to pay for the amount for darts that Sky does. Which, by the way, the rights are up for very, very soon. Boris could be getting a darts bout. He's a big lad, is Boris. If he tells you it's Wednesday, it's Wednesday. A TV darts commentator's jobs for life. I guess so. Marvel's been doing it a fair amount of time now. Part similar. Nicholson's been doing it for a long, long time now. Mark Webster's similar. Glenn Dorrance just started. Matt Edgar. I think Edgar's probably the one that's got the biggest ambitions of playing still. Just wondering why on the European Tour, if a player who does not automatically qualify for the field doesn't get an automatic bid to the next event. Do you mean why isn't Luke Littler playing the next Euro Tour? Because he's just won one? Because of when the cut-offs work? I get what you're saying, like they've just won one, but yeah, it takes longer for that to take an effect on the rankings. Obviously, they've just changed that system as well, haven't they? So, afternoon, Jay. Hope work is going very well for you. Glad we can keep you entertained along the way. 5/4 apiece now with Jermaine Wattermainer. As is Thomas Lovely and Andy Bartons. He said Eddie then. Keegan Brown leads Jacques Labre 2-1. And Steve Beaton leads Aaron Monk 3-2. I think the difference is, Dan, golf have a lot. It's easier to just put an extra couple of people in an event for a golf event. Whereas darts doesn't really have that because you need a number that breaks down into a bracket. If you suddenly hand out an exemption, who is that? Adam Hunt leads Owen Rolos 4-2. Pascal Ruprecht 4-2 up on Steve Lennon. Scuba Steve's been playing well this year so far. Willie Borland 5-3 up on Richie Burnett. Some 64 games ready to go. Joe Cullen against Joshua Richardson and Danny Jansen against Ryan So. Lucas Veinig beats Jose de Souza 6-2, 101 average for Veinig. And the Portuguese man of scores is gone. No, we don't set the default, Jay. That's a YouTube setting. As far as I know, anyway. Unless it's the software we use that automatically does it. But no, I don't touch any of that. Phil sets it up. But yeah, good tip if anybody is watching. The screen's a little bit blurry. Should be a setting in the bottom right-hand corner that will change the resolution for you. I will block you, SG. Now, look, this is what it is, isn't it? Silly game management at the end. It is what it is. I'll be honest, with the amount of injuries we've got and still competing in Europe and trying to hold off Arsenal and City might not be the worst thing. But obviously, winning a trophy is always great. Winning multiple trophies is always even better. But if we want to win the other ones, missing out on one of them isn't terrible. Steve Beaton, a 6-2 win over Aaron Monk. Why do you think more current active players don't dip their toes into commentary and snooker these days, like some Murphy, Lizowski, Perry, etc.? We're not going to go at longer TV events. I don't really know. I guess there's two ways to look at that. One is that snooker players don't consume alcohol to play, so it's not as difficult to prepare for a match or whatever else around it. You could finish a game in the afternoon and commentate in the evening session, etc. You get that in snooker with the likes of Murphy. You don't really get that in the darts. Let's go for a bit of Joe Cullen, by the way. The other thing, I guess, is I don't know, which of the top players would you actually like to hear as a commentator? I mean, I've gone to the top 10, and I'm not sure I'd want to hear any of them as a commentator already. Chizzy doesn't want to hear Chizzy on comms. How many of them really speak that well? Humphreys talks very well. Would it add anything that any of the current commentators don't do? I'm not sure. Van Gerwen, I think he's done a little bit in the Netherlands when he's been injured in the past. Michael Smith, not for me. Aspinall, no. Gerwin Price, no. Rob Cross, no. Peter Wright, definitely not. Dimitri, you'd never get a word in edgeways. Heta, Chizzy. Johnny Clayton. Noppert, no. Dirk, no. Cullen, maybe? It's the first one I've looked at and gone, yeah, actually, that might not be too bad. I've seen Vincent do a fair bit. The problem with Peter, Joey, is that he's such a different character on the hockey than he is off the hockey. And if you look at his interviews, I'm not like, for Peter Wright to go and do that successfully in that environment, I think he'd have to be quite intoxicated, and that's a big risk. Cross, maybe. I think if you go and watch, I don't want to ruin Rob Cross interviews for you now, but he has quite a repetitive pattern of speech in terms of the phrases and the way that he transitions between points. And once you see it or once you hear it, you can't unhear it. Yeah, good point, Joe. Big finish from Joe Cullen to go 3-0 up. Willie O'Connor maybe, but not really needed. Adam Hunt beats Owen Roloff 6-4. I think those 6 games, well, 4 games left now, are the final ones in the 1-2-8. Unsurprisingly, board 8 is going to be last to finish. Grubauvac and John Henderson currently wondered on that one. That is the board that Peter Wright and Gaulas played on earlier. Since then, we've had a 6-5 and a 6-2. Besides Van der Voort, Molenkamp does it great in the Netherlands. Former players, Stompy. The other thing is there aren't many that have retired. Not in the UK anyway. And if they have, they're just seniors tour players now. Like, I've never sat and watched a Dutch broadcast or a Belgian broadcast or whatever to well, I don't speak the language either, so I wouldn't be able to comprehend an awful lot of what they're saying to be able to tell you if I thought they're any good. But yeah, Merv was decent when he did the Euro Tour a few times. Kyle Anderson's another that's given it a go. And that sort of just stopped after a while. But look, if you want proof that not every player is going to make a great commentator, Phil Taylor is the man, isn't he? The greatest player of all time, yet not a good commentator, in my opinion. Is Gary still in this tournament? Yeah, he is. Won his first round game. This is the Pro Tour that Little has withdrawn from Hayden yet, so he's not playing this week. I say weekend. I've got to get out of that habit today and tomorrow. I know Jacques Nulart is, yeah. I remember watching Merv King back in the 90s. I like it. And could you imagine, right? There's a one promo that pops up constantly, or that I go looking for, right, for a game. And it is between Mervyn King and Chris Mason for a quarterfinal at the World Championships. And they've got them both dressed up as like knights, sword fighting all around Lakeside. It's terrible. It's so bad, but it's also so brilliant. And you're like, could you imagine sending Van Gerwen and Peter Wright prancing around Alexandra Palace on the ice rink, sword fighting? First prize in this event, £15,000. Yeah, I do rate Hendry on comms very, very highly. When he first came in, the difference in the shots that he could see compared to the likes of your Parrott and your Davis and whatnot was just different level. I think he's been not caught out a little bit. The game's certainly moving on. JV is class. I also think snooker's got there's just so many of them. Whereas darts is quite a narrow field. Obviously, we're seeing a few more at the Pro Tour. If you're watching any of the streams right now, you'll be able to hear, it's a completely new lineup, really, isn't it? It's Dan McCarthy, Glenn Durrant, and Mark Wilson are the three. I have seen that Jimmy White clip. I did then meet Jimmy a few weeks later at the Circus Tavern. I never really got the... Sorry, I appreciate this as a dart stream, but... So my dad used to rave about Jimmy White. He grew up... Well, he was born in the 70s. Jimmy White, 80s and 90s, was the guy, right, without winning a world championship. And I never really got it. Because when I first started watching snooker, early to late 2000s, if it was on telly as a kid, when they had channels 1 to 5 or whatever. Jimmy White was beyond that level. Everything was Ronnie, obviously, it still is. And then Judd and Co come along, etc. But I never really got the Jimmy White hype until I went to the Seniors World Championship last year. And the way he just struts around the table still is, you can see it in someone just by the way he carries himself when he's there. Henderson 3-1 up now on Gabavak. James Hurrell 1 away from putting Robert Grundy out, as is Kevin Dutz doing the same on Mensur Sulovic. I'm watching that Miss Blackpool game. Yeah, see, I was only just born, Harrison. Not going to lie. That was the one that killed him off, though, wasn't it? Let's be honest. Danny Hansen really revived after losing to Torquay. Yeah, he's just flown up. Who is the Jimmy White of darts? What a question. What a question. Do we really have one? Never won a big pot, but won a few. Do we think Wadey? I think White was more expressive in the way that he played his sport. I think Wadey's the one. Both left-handed. Both so close. Both had personal struggles, should we say? For varying reasons. Adrian Lewis, maybe, but Lewis was 2-time back-to-back champ. World champ. Bristow won too much. That's the point. They've got to be someone that hasn't won enough, was a character. Before his World Championships, would we have said Michael Smith? Wade married a walk-on girl as well. Excellent point. I keep saying Terry Jenkins. I'm not so sure. I get the number of times he lost in a final. I was listening to Jim a few minutes today and heard you mention the Kingby Mason Premier. No, I've not seen the Jamie Harvey Brave Dart one. But I'm going to have to go and find it. The Mason one is just it's just ridiculous. It's really cringy as well because they're fighting like all the way around the grounds, and then the final shot is them like swords, and then they point towards the venue. Oh, it was so terrible. one. Mike Gregory made finals. Mr. Dart to win could be him, maybe. I wasn't. I guess part of that discussion wasn't 100% the comparison of losing finals, more the character that as well. Doesn't have to match up exactly. Where are we going next, by the way? Bunting? Should we go Bunting Mentor? Ooh. What do we have here? A lot of people speculating Forest are about to take a 4-point deduction. Has that been announced, Freddie? It's not on the BBC Sport website. Oh, there it is. Flash score, I've sent it. I wonder if they'll appeal. Let's be honest, Glenn, they're never getting fined, are they? They've just agreed to change the rules. It's quite a niche comparison, right? But I think City's rule breaking is so vast that what will happen is they'll just ignore it because it's too big to deal with, and then they'll just stick to the new rules and clamp down on anything that goes anything wrong with quicker turnaround. Back from lunch, any shocks today so far? What have we got for you, Matador? We've lost Martin Lukeman. Ryan Sells has been beaten by Danny Janssen in the last 64. Jose de Souza dispatched pretty comfortably by Lucas Vayner. Gilding out at the hands of Boris Kirchmar. We lost Josh Rock to Barry Van Peer. Mark De Decker blown away by Simon Whitlock 6-1. Other than that, Schindler beaten by Menzies. We've lost the 11th seed, Searle. I just said that one. Cullen, Van Gerwen, Danny Noppert all comfortably through. Not really so far. I have seen what they've just posted, yeah. I believe Matador's got a video on that coming soon for you all as well. Comparison of the 3 different shapes and others within that. Which reminds me, I need to get some more flights and stems because mine are battered. He is suspended at the moment, Ryan, so he's not playing in this event. Some intriguing stream games. Belmont and Smith, in which the Bully Boy leads 2-0 over the Belly Boy. 2-0 to Yellow Klassen over Ross Smith, despite being 10 points lower in the averages. Dylan Slevin leads Ricardo Petrescu 3-2. And Peter Wright, Alan Suter. There is a live lounge tonight. Yeah, myself, Phil, and Leah back as a trio. Oh, they're on a wind up now. Littler is taking a break, unfortunately, Supernova. He's opted not to play today or tomorrow. One of a few. Luke Humphreys, Nathan Aspinall, Rob Cross have also opted not to play. Condor Zero Stress. I've got 2 sets of Zero Stress, but I never really got on with them. What have I tried recently? I've got a set of Windmouth Fusion. I just want a shorter version. I've tried most, to be fair. I've tried the Zero Stress and the Axe. I've tried the 2-piece set. So I've tried Cosmo Fit Flights. I've tried L Style. I've tried the Harrows Click. And then I've tried the Windmouth Fusion. Don't buy the ball. I didn't even realise balls are doing any yet. I know Unicorn haven't ventured into that market yet. I think if everybody else keeps manufacturing them, then they'll be pushed to do so, perhaps. What else have I tried? I can't be it. What else have I got in the box? The box of tricks. In fact, they are Zero Stress. There they are. So these have got more flexibility in them. I think my Axe are downstairs. These are L Style. No, not. They're Cosmo Fit Flight, sorry. These are the Harrows Click. More L Style. Not more L Style, some L Style. What else have I got in here? Zero stress. More Zero Stress. And then I've got some, as I said, Windmill Fusion downstairs. That's it all I've got. I've got some Q-Sol, the AX3s, I think, which are similar to the Zero Stress in that there's a bit more give in them. They're sort of like a soft plastic, but a more rigid shaft. I can't remember. I think it's QSOL that have just released one that's got like a carbon rod in the shaft, which if you've just listened to that out of context, sounds incredibly fishy. Yeah, that's just a random box of mine. I mean, all in one case that I just don't use. Signed Martin Adams case. Just don't use. David Evans flights. They're in there. Bit flights. What else we got? Has anybody ever thrown these? The Phil Taylor's when he went stupidly small flights. I need to go back in the box. Signed program by the last 8 last year. The darts that Paddy Power sent along with the boards. Absolute brass bombs. What's in that one? That one's empty. Yeah, basically I got a little rubbish. Most of us have got these, haven't we? Let's be honest, the old 4-pack of drinks coasters somewhere. That's about it in there. What have I got in this one? Spare car key, anyone? Some points. And that's about it in there. But yeah, that was our... Well, thanks for coming to our TED Talk on moulded flight systems. I hope you enjoyed it. Oh, how did it? Well, while I was having that conversation, Christopher Tysky just averaged 115.35 to defeat Nick Kenny 6-1. Wins also for Graham Hall 6-3 over Dirk van Dijvenbode. Scott Williams a 6-4 win over Richard Veenstra. Chris Landman beats Barry Van Peers 6-5. Johnny Clayton threw over 6-3 win over George Killington. Danny Jansen did defeat Ryan Searle, of course. Bunton and Connor Scott 3 apiece. Elsewhere, not missed an alarm, have I? No, not yet. Gary Anderson 5-4 down to Neil Zonneveld despite averaging 105. Zonneveld averaging 103. Peter Wright leads Alan Suter 1-0. Which darts is he throwing today? Anybody? Bueller. Ross Smith's turned it around against Jella Klassen from 2 behind. He's now 5-2 up. Simon Whitlock underway against Willie Borland. A run for the Wizard will be lovely. Thomas Lovely, after beating Andy Bartons, is 2-1 up now on Gabriel Clemens. where do you all recommend to buy online from, by the way? It's normally me giving out this kind of advice, but if you're buying direct from Red Dragon, you can only buy from Red Dragon. How long do you reckon it is before you can customize an all-in-one set? So obviously players are certainly getting more and more out there. Onto my leg. Premier Darts. Yeah, that's. See, I used to love Darts Corner. Absolutely, I would never shop anywhere else. And I've never had any issues delivery times from them as well. I'm not sure if that's just because I've done it forever or what, but it's just now that there is politics involved and they don't stock everything. As you wish, good Sir Daz. Barney Alarm is back. Who doesn't love that noise? Anyway, Bunting 5-3 up on Connor Scott. These are match darts. Yeah. Like it used to be, if you wanted Red Dragon, you went to Red Dragon, and if you wanted anything else, you went to Dark Connect. But that just ain't the case anymore. Gary Anderson recovers from 5-4 down to Neil Zonnevel to win 6-5. Stephen Bunting knocks out Connor Scott from the event. Let's see the wizard in action, shall we? Apologies. Question, is there a benefit to sitting a day? Do you mean not playing ballers like Humphreys and Littler aren't? I guess it's just schedule management. Like Luke Littler has done an awful lot and played an awful lot in the last few weeks. He's been to all the qualifiers on the Euro Tour as well as played the Premier League. He's been in the World Series, from the World Championship. Then you think about his media appearances elsewhere. He was on the Jonathan Ross show. He was there for the BBC Children in Need the other day as well, or Red Nose Day, whichever way it was. I don't remember either way. I just think he needs a couple of days at home. Yeah, so Barney underway. Talking to Barney, is that Barney in the chocolate milk? It is Barney in the chocolate milk advert, yeah, which they just dubbed over the top instead, bizarrely. Afternoon, Tom. Yeah, Matador dropped back in after lunch and said, any shocks? And the truth is, no. Not really. We've just lost Dirk van Dijvenbode. But given his form and his injury concerns, that's not really an issue. I did miss the fact that Van Gerwen played late and Bennett, bashed him up 6-1, 99 average for Van Gerwen's. Plenty in the chat room earlier saying he's due a run at a Pro Tour. No Littler, unfortunately, Gordo. He's sat for the 2 days. Him, Humphreys, Aspinall, Rob Cross. No Adrian Lewis, no Christian Perez. Borland gets one back. Ronnie Hybrecht's one away from defeating Dave Chisnell. Chizzy averaged 105 in the first round. Just 89 from him so far. There was a win just there for the Heat. Damon Hettar. The heat is on. Just waiting for that to appear on the results bit. Interesting with Mission now offering a molded flight. I wonder if they then stop suits using Conda. Not if it's already pre-signed or pre-agreed. They'll obviously start trying to get their own players onto their own branded equipment. It depends whatever the players have in their contracts. Yeah, you're telling me, Tom. Now I'm having to work extra hard just to be interesting. Jumping in a little bit later, why did Gezi pull out? Just one of a few that opted not to play this week. Keep going to say weekend, and it's not a weekend anymore. Someone said he's currently fitting a chip shop in Markham. Cameron Menzies, a 6-2 winner over Gerton Enches. The less said about the averages in that game, the better. So we're just going to move swiftly on to the fact Adam Hunt has just taken the lead against Chris Dobie in a Geordie battle. Daryl Gurney leads Pascal Rupret 3-1. Where are we on Daryl Gurney, chat? Do we think he still has the levels of game inside him that could see him back in the top 8 in the world? Is there Pro Tour events next week again, as MVG is doing an exhibition tomorrow week with Willie O'Connor, which is sold out, if I'm correct. The next Pro Tours are... No, he's got Premier League Thursday, Premier League next Thursday. Then there is the German Darts Grand Prix in Munich on the Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's the Easter one, remember. Then Premier League, and then the next Players' Championships aren't until the 8th of April. No, not top 8. Then where do we think Gurney can get back to? Has he got another major in him somewhere? Inverted commas major? Has he got a Euro Tour in him? Do we see him returning to the Pro Tour winning circle? Top 16, maybe? He's now ranked 29, I think. Yeah. Top 16, if he can win a major, I think he's more than likely to win a major than a Pro Tour, Euro Tour. I think one that just opens up a bit and needs to win less games to do it, I guess. I have a lot of friends that are Nottingham Forest fans, and they're not in a good way right now. Will James Wade get himself back into the top 16 of the Pro Tour Order of Merit and Main Order of Merit? Where is he right now? 20th in the world. What's he defending? First question. Only defending 27% of his ranking money as it stands right now. 90, say only. Still got to find 90 grand this year. He's already earned £9,000 to date, of which only 2.5 was UK Open. He's only not cashed in one Pro Tour event so far. That was PC3. But his best Players' Championship run is where he is now. Keeps winning a grand. He's going to have to start going beyond that a little bit. Look, Wadey is Wadey. He'll rock up to an ITV event and do damage. It's what he does. But he's got to get himself back into that Euro Tour. We've got to start doing damage on the Euro Tour, shall I say. Chisney match gone 5-5, it has, and then it went 6-5, and it did not go in Dave Chisnell's way. Ronnie Hybrex has defeated the number 2 seed, and that is the biggest shock we've had so far today. Did Yellow beat Smith? He did not. He led 2-0 and then didn't win another leg. The bully boy progressing. Who will he play? Ross Smith, sorry. Ross Smith progressing. He'll play the winner of Dobie and Adam Hunt. What a board that is. Where is Price? He's one of the players that has chosen not to play this week. A few days off the board, which I think is the... For some players, I completely get this. For others, if you look, Price is what? Winless in terms of a title in 18 months now. I'm not sure he's the kind of player that should be missing events. I'm not sure it's paid off for him. What do we have on the stream? Suter Wright, Wade Desvan, Dolan and Dobie. Should we put the end of the Gurney game on because we were talking about him? I worry about Barney's consistency, Fred, for him to go back towards the top 16. And I also worry about how often he's going to do something special. Ross Smith said he'd been practicing this week, so I took forward. It's looking sharp so far. Glad Barney is here. Seniors would get boring. What, you think he walks in and wins it, do you, Crozen? Nobody walks into that room and dominates it. Nobody. Dolan looking good so far. He is. He leads Florian Hempel 4-1. Dimitri van der Berg is behind to Willie O'Connor. Peter Wright has gone all the way. As he pins double 16 to take us to a decider. Gabriel Clemens has won a decider against Thomas Lovely. The young man hit a 9-darter on the Challenge Tour this weekend, getting a Pro Tour call-up. I think he'll be happy with that. Well, you'll never be happy to lose, but one of those, when you reflect on it, to have beaten Andy Bartons and to have pushed Clemens all the way after a solid weekend on the Challenge. And one more day on the Pro Tour to come. Ian White could do a big run today. Really needs ranking points. He's really needed ranking points for about 2 years now. He is probably the player that was most adversely affected by COVID. Not in terms of health, but in terms of ability to play and defend ranking money that he just accumulated. Because look, Ian White has been an accumulator in his career, hasn't he? He's not been I'm going to go out and I'm going to go and win a Grand Slam and I'm not going to do anything for 6 months. He's been I'm going to make a quarterfinal here and a last 16 here, and I'm just going to keep adding and adding and adding. And when half those events just suddenly disappeared 2 years later, made it incredibly difficult for Ian White to maintain his position. Granted, he wasn't in the form that he was when he earned that in the first place, but not having the chance to then defend it either will have hurt. Is Keen Barry playing today? Yes. Is Keen Barry still in? Is the next question. No. Beaten 6-4 by Dimitri van den Berg. How comes Noah Linden get a call up? I guess not high enough in the rankings, despite the win. I lied. They are 9th. I don't know. So the reserve list was in place before the Challenge Tour from the weekend. That's why Reece Colley is in. So he is currently 23rd on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. But that's because he's fallen over the weekend. The reserve list, he was actually 11th. The only player that has turned it down was Aidan Kirk. I didn't realise that. Peter Wright is through. Speaking of needing points, did Merv King play today? He did. He was streamed as well. But he was beaten 6-1 by Dave Chisnell. Chris Dobie leads the Toon tussle. 4-3 against Adam Hunt. Wade and Desvan, 3 apiece. That feels like one of those head-to-heads that are going to be slightly different in record to what it actually is. Do you remember when Johnny Clayton was at the Orator the other week and went, oh yeah, I'm glad I've beaten Barry Vampire. He feels like he's my bogey player, only to be corrected to say, actually, that's your 9th win in 10 matches against him. It feels like Desvan is that character against Wade. White would make a good addition to the seniors should he drop off. Yeah. Do not fret. What's the polite way to say this? I'm keeping a list of players who are either eligible age-wise right now, approaching the age, and various other things. I need to add him on there though. Just thought of one more. So the players that I know that are over 50 on that are currently PDC Tour card holders: Steve Beaton, Mervyn King, Mensur Suljovic, Raymond van Barneveld, Peter Wright, Gary Anderson, Simon Whitlock, Jose de Souza, Ronnie Hybrex, Andrew Gilding, Brendan Dolan, Mickey Mansell, Ian White, Graham Usher, Mario Vanden Bohada. Then you've got players that are over 50 that haven't played on a seniors event yet. James Wilson. I did have Andy Bolton written down, but he has now played. Peter Jakes and Darren Webster. And then players that are approaching 50 in the next couple of years. Darius Labanauskas is 47. John O'Shea, the Joker, 48. Johnny Clayton is 49 years old. Vincent van der Voort is 48. Colin Osborne, 48. Jamie Caven is 47. Jeff Smith is 48. If there's any more you can think of, let me know. But yeah, some potentially big names in the next couple of years. As we get to see one of them right now, the reigning World Seniors Darts champion, John Henderson, is on streaming board too. I believe that's Lucas Vainig he's about to take on. I think amongst the players Steve Beaton must be the most liked guy in darts. Potentially, certainly right up there. As Chris Dobie completes the job on Adam Hunt, a 6-3 win for Dobes. Steve Beaton leveling up at 2 apiece with Ian White. Dolan is 50. Dolan was on my list, wasn't he? Yeah, Dolan was on my list. Luke Littler is not 48. Dennis Evans should get him. We've sort of moved away from invitation model now. With the changing of the ranking system. Some last 32 games ready to go. Colin Van Veen have both been finished in the 64 for a long time now. Feels like they've been held back a little to let everybody else catch up. Certainly on some of the other boards. You think board 8, Henderson Vainig have only just started the second game in the 64, and Colin Van Veen are ready to go. Hempel does defeat Brendan Dolan 6-4. Dolan was flying in that one. But it is the former German handball star, Florian Hempel. That progresses. Where can you watch it? There are 4 streaming boards on PDC TV. You need a PDC TV subscription to watch along. Other than that, that's it. Or you can keep up to date with all of the scores as they come in on Dart Connect. I said Jeffrey does one seem like that hoodoo play. He has just beaten James Wade 6-3. Justin Pipe. Was he not on my list? He was not. Thank you very much. Steve Beaton. 74 checkout for a 15 dart leg. Edges ahead of Diamond White. Henderson back in blue and winning. Takes the opener. I was very insistent on him to stop wearing green at the seniors. Don't like that top at all, bless him. Good counting, Steve. To be fair, it wouldn't have made a difference. But Wayne Mardo is eligible for the seniors, but he's not on my list because he's not interested. What I will say, Matador, is they've got the best tournament director in the country. I joke, it's me. But I'll look after him. You can even come with him and make an absolute fortune marking games. Old guys, lots of money, that don't know how to use a tablet. Thank you. Ian White levels up, 15 dart leg of his own. Littler's not playing today, Jack, no, or tomorrow. So obviously every tour card holder can play in any of these events, but he's decided to have a couple of days off. As is Luke Humphreys, as is Nathan Ashman, as is Rob Cross, Adrian Lewis, Christian Perez. I'm going to get the rest of these in a minute. No, I can't go to the scenes because he can't speak. He just doesn't want to compete in that environment anymore, which, fair play to him. I think as fans, as media, as organisers and whatever else viewpoint you can see from that, if he doesn't want to be there, don't force him to be there. No, is the short answer, Mr. Welshman. Especially not after I was sharing the stats that Salah's scored more than their entire team in the last 10 meetings and God knows else what. So, yeah, it didn't go to plan for me at all. Callum Ridds has turned it around against Keegan Brown. 6-4 win for the Riot. Do you think a good move, mate? Is it all add up in price? But look, I think Luke's already earned a significant amount of money this year. He has been very, very busy, and 2 days off is not going to derail his entire career right now. The fact he's in a position to load manage is pretty good. I mean, if he'd won today, he could have jumped up to 25th in the order of merit, but he's already earned 64 grand this year. He earned 202.5k last year in one event. If he wasn't in a match play spot, yes, he'd be chasing. But he's there now. Not there now, like he's in a spot. Pretty comfortably as well. He's not going to get there outright as a top 16 seed. There's not enough money to be earned between now and then. Need another 90 grand. Thus, where's the next Premier League? Give me the green light. Dublin. So they got to fly for that one. And then I don't want to go then. Belfast. So it's back and forth, back and forth. He's not qualified for Germany next week, is he? So, afternoon, Sean. How are we doing, buddy? Why is this taking so long to move on? Underway in the top 32, Joe Cullen has taken the opening leg against Gian van Veen. Not streamed, surprisingly. What is streamed is Scott Williams against Danny Noppert on streaming board 4. Gary Anderson against Callum Ridge will be on streaming board 1. Was my internet frozen, or is it Dark Connect? How long will it take for Luke Littler to play for England in the World Cup? Can he do it by 2026? So to do that, he has to be in the top 2 ranking-wise for English players. He is Smith, just over 1 million. 267. He's about £750,000 behind. Smith is defending 830k though. That's a lot of money. What's going on here? Right, that one's frozen, so we're going to put Cullen on instead. Is Luke qualified for the next event? He's not qualified for the next Euro Tour. So he won't be playing in Munich. So he's got 3 weeks of the Premier League. Then he's got Pro Tour on the 8th and the 9th. Premier League again on the 11th. I think he's then in Riesa. Premier League the week after. Sindelfingen. Premier League again. He won't make the World Cup, but there are a couple of World Series events. And then on to the match play. Could you tell me roughly how many games are left on streaming board 1 in the tournament? What are we on? 32, 16, 8, 4. Final will be on 1, 4. 4 or 5? MVG's still in, Terry. He defeated Leighton Bennett 6-1 earlier on. He takes on Gabriel Clemens next. Danny Noppert still in. He's 1-0 up on Scott Williams, 14 dart leg to open. Collins doubled his lead on Gian Van Veen. And Ratajski, after that 115 average in the previous round, is 1-0 up on Daryl Gurney. Dark Connect's having a weird one because we'd already seen Henderson was 4 something up, but it's only just come up 4-1 now. Van der Velde and James Hurrell 3 apiece, and Steve Beaton 5-4 up on Ian White. Oh, I was looking at the wrong score. Scott Williams levels up with Danny Noppert. His average has just flown up. What has he done there? This is a 12 dart leg. 1-3-2 on the ball. Ball. 25. Oh no. They were both in. Oh, it went. 1-3-2, 12 dart leg for Scotty Williams. Simon Whitlock, Johnny Clayton is the game on streaming board 3. Which is why we're not currently watching Colin vs Van Veen. Simon Whitlock seemingly throwing some straight barrel darts with some clear all-in-one molded stems. How do I check which games are on which streaming boards? So occasionally the PDC will update us on social media, but other than that, it changes every round, Michael. There is no fixed pattern to it, I'm afraid, buddy. You can just have a look through. You can wait for me to tell you, or have a look on their Twitter page before every round, but sometimes they don't update it until some have already started. It's a miss in the madhouse for Johnny Clayton, but he does pick up the opening leg. Clemens takes the opener against Van Gerwen, whilst Daryl Gurney is leveled up against Christoph Ratajski. Where's my mouse gone? Because we need to press this one. I feel like I've played that more times than he's played games so far today, but Barney is back. Van Veen gets one back against Joe Cullen. Still 3 games going in the last 64. If Henderson manages to beat Veinig before Beaton and White finish, or Hurrell and Van der Velde finish, fair play. Because that board was miles behind everybody else. Peter Wright does await the winner in that one, I believe. Anderson Reed's still warming up. No idea why that one's taking so long. Petretsko will take on Jeffrey Desvan. Chris Landman against Willie O'Connor. Doby against Ross Smith. Building site in the corner of my street is annoying. Steady on, Rebecca. He's apologised for that. Is Danny Jansen still playing? Is Danny Jansen still playing? Or was he beaten? I feel like he's been knocked out. Danny. Oh, he's 2-0 down to Cameron Menzies. It's on your screen right now. Right at the bottom. There he is. Players for seeing is Per Larson, Mick Todd, John Bowles, Alan Norris. Norris is already playing. Really, Martin Phillips. Martin Phillips will be an interesting one. Martin Atkins. Which one? Brackets Wigan. Robert Wagner, Magnus Karras, Darren Young, Nigel Hayden, Eric Claris. Jana to John Michael. I was asking him about that. I was like, when you're eligible was the polite way of saying when you turn 50. I'm still fascinated by John Michael's flights, if anybody was watching the Super Series at any point last week. So they are Q-Sol, but they're the spring-loaded ones. I've got some James Richardson ones downstairs if anybody needs a look at them. But they're a weird shape. They're like a rocket ship shape. And basically, they started off as a normal flight, but there's a line on them that means you can cut them down to a pear shape, but it only cut half of it down. So the top half was like rounded and the bottom half was squared off. He's just taking a break today, Paulie. I don't really like Andy Hamilton's throw, but his darts are lovely. Oh, when he's on it, it was superb. Hi, guys, says Phil. How we doing? Joe's in. How we doing, Joe? Thanks for joining us. He's probably pack opening somewhere, isn't he? Well, you said FIFA has fallen off a cliff. Seniors are straight knockout for all floor events. Nope, Littler won't play at all this weekend. I keep saying weekend. This week, Monday and Tuesday. Which event, Glenn? Floor events or Champion of Champions? I don't know. I think it's the same as last year. We have a... I will find out for you, Glenn. Is Amira's Durrance throw still not right? Yeah, look. I don't think it will ever be back to that level. I think he'll keep trying, but no point Littler playing Pro Tour much this year now anyway. I disagree. There's no point in overdoing it whilst the Premier League is on, I think. But if he's going to be in the big TV events up until that point, now that he's there, just stay sharp. Johnny Clayton, a 6-0 win over Simon Whitlock. The Ferret is back. It'll be Smith Hempel on streaming board 2. Ross Smith leads Chris Dovey 3-1. Both players averaging over the 100 mark. Van Gerwen, 102 average, leads Gabriel Clemens 4-3. Colin Van Veen 4 apiece. Knockett leads Scott Williams 4-2. I'm pretty sure it was 2 clear last year, Glenn. WSDT. Not there, not there. Do. I'm not sure if I have. Mad. No, that's the last one. New. I really need to find a better way to store my emails. Oh, 141 from Joe Cullen for the match. Tasty. That's on. Let's do it anyway. Let's do that here. That's a little champs. No. Can't find last year's players brief. Ooh, bang from Callum Ridds. Let's have a look. What is that? No. What's this? No.
Well, hello there.
Who invited you?
Good afternoon, chat room. How is everyone? Welcome along. You all right, lad?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, all good, mate. All good. What have I missed?
Not a lot, to be fair.
One of those days?
Yeah, a lot of the seeds have been pretty solid.
Yeah, you know, Johnny. You know. As Danny Noppert seals a 6-3 win over Scott Williams.
Now, Voldemort's better looking, Johnny.
How are we doing? Back up. You are good afternoon, Tom. How we doing, Davey? Bob, how we doing? Sorry, I'm late, everyone. I was on Super Series duty today. Watched your interview with Matthew Edgar last night. Cheers, Craig. Thank you very much. How are we doing, Matador? Hope you are good. Like that, Johnny. So, everyone, what's occurring, as they once said in Gavin and Stacey, as Raymond van Barneveld seals a win over Graham Hall. Gary Anderson 3-1 down to Callan Ritz currently, and looking as if he may go 4-1 behind. How are we doing, John? Hope you're good. Cheers for that, Craig. Thank you very much. It's been a productive day so far for myself. However, still got plenty to do. Fridge looking at double 12 for a double break. And it goes. Yeah, my emergency one-game stint in comms today as well was fun.
What?
Mace had a banging migraine, so he literally had to go to the chemist to get something for it, so I had to step in for a game.
Fair enough.
Producing and comms at the same time was fun. Loads of seniors chat, Phil. Yeah, look, it's seniors week, so not a problem with that. So, Anthony, my friend, how we doing, mate? Hope you are good. Looking forward to cross-border as always. Jeffrey the Swan just leveled up with Florian Hempel. Cheers, Dazza11. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a good, really good interview. Enjoyed it. We've got one with Murph going out tomorrow as well.
There's been a few requests for one with Nico. You've not sat down with him for a while.
Right, okay. I shall get that actioned. We did one with Nico just before the Worlds, I think, but we'll get one with Nico in the can.
May have had a few comments in jest at Mr. Edgar during the week about his Euro Tour opinions.
He knows how to play the game. And model, yeah, I should add that to the list as well.
There's one's playing Petresco.
I don't know where I looked at that from. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Or I think of Florian Hempel's dart shirt. I quite like it.
It's better than the old grey one with the church on.
There's colour, there's fun, and it doesn't have a dartboard or his own face on it. It ticks all of the boxes.
Ross Smith beats Chris Dobie. Sorry, Dan. 6-3 to Smudger.
40-1 Ross was to win today.
See, Ronnie Hobrecht's obviously got time off to play in this one.
Yeah. From the shop that he runs. Funny how that works. Ooh, Gary! Gary!
Maybe he's not done just yet. Yeah.
With that. Peter Wright, John Henderson. Board 8, Phil.
Yeah.
Game 1, Peter Wright, Adam Gaulas.
Oh.
That match finished at 21 minutes to 2. 21 minutes to 1. 39 minutes. To the point where, so that was on board 8. Where was it? Noppy. Danny Noppert beat Martin Dracht and Stephen Burton beat Robbie Knops before Wright and Gaulas had finished.
Ouch.
Official match time, 34 minutes.
Fan of them, Johnny. Fan of them.
What?
You just sent me something on Messenger.
Is it wrestling related? Grow up.
No.
You're getting matching t-shirts for Armageddon.
You can't tell me you're not excited for Mania.
Genuinely think I'd rather talk about the football yesterday for the next 3 hours.
I didn't watch any of it. I saw the scoreline, but didn't see any of it. Who does Phil think the darts equivalent to Jimmy White is? Did we have this conversation earlier by any chance?
We did have this conversation earlier, yeah. But it wasn't purely based on the number of World Championship finals lost. It was a bit like, so we were talking about commentary teams, and I was saying how Jimmy White was the one for like my dad in his era. And like when I first started getting into snooker, all he spoke about was Jimmy White and like the flamboyance and the character. And I didn't really get it until I went to the Seniors World Championship last year, and I saw him play, and just like the strut around the table and the vision and the shots he's still playing. And like, I get the game's change and that we see it a lot more, but actually if Jimmy was doing that 25 years ago, that I could see why there was such an appeal to him. And obviously my dad was from London, Jimmy's from London, so that there was that link as well. Like, you don't really...
Yeah.
I feel like there's only certain regions in the country now that will back players that are their own.
Yeah, Merseyside, Yorkshire and Newcastle area being 3 of them.
Yeah. Like, Michael Holt's based out of Nottingham. I couldn't really care. I'd rather watch Ronnie or Judd. Like, there's no affiliation there. Like,
good question. Who has that aura around them?
but also not quite got over the line in the big one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, because there are there are
There's
lots that
troubles.
there are kind of lots that do one part of that and not the other, and then the others that do the other part, the others don't. It's a really good question. Who were the contenders that you lot all put out?
There was a few shouts for Terry Jenkins for his major final record. I'm not quite sure he had the character for it. Someone said
he lacks the character, but
yeah, I think there was a Stompy shout. I mean, the one that most people settled on was Wade. Obviously, you've got the left-hander comparison. You've got not getting over the line in the big one or getting close to it. You've got the issues away from the Oki, I guess. He doesn't quite have the flamboyance on the Oki, but he is still one that is full of intrigue.
Intrigue, yeah, but I wouldn't say he was flamboyant or charismatic at all. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. He just doesn't tick that box for me.
Bristow won titles though, didn't he? That was the.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be someone that hasn't won a world championship. Mardle's close, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Mardle would be a very good one to put in there. Not good in relation to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But without being disrespectful as well, I don't think that Wayne was an entertainer and still is an entertainer. But I don't think there were people clamouring to go and watch Wayne Mardle play.
Mate,
I don't mean that disrespectfully, but if I go back through, if you tell anybody to list players from the last 20 years, I think there's an awful lot of people that wouldn't include Mardle in their list.
It's an interesting one. It really is. Because, like I say, there are plenty that tick certain boxes and not others.
Yeah. %, on the double to Gary Anderson as he defeats Callum Ridd 6-5.
It's a good comeback win as well. He was in a lot of trouble there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the resilience that this Gary Anderson has. Where a couple of years ago, when he's 4-1 down and 5-3 down, I just think he'd be like, nah, bollocks to it, I can't be asked.
Yeah. Michael Smith, 100 average, 6-2 win over Florian Hempel.
Yeah.
Peter Wright leads John Henderson 3-1. World Cup teammates collide. Ian White threw an up on Ronnie Highbrechts. Damon Hatter, James Horrell, 1 apiece. Danny Anson, Scott Williams, Petret. Any more you want?
Scott Williams has just lost. I know that. So has Pietrescu.
Yeah.
Menzies won 6-3.
Against Danny Anson. So Menzies is the only one left.
I tell you, Menzies is quietly going about his business at the moment this year.
Oh, he's still an absolute lunatic.
100%.
I watched his game against Gary at the UK Open. It's just mental.
Just looking. Yeah, I thought so. He's only 2,250 quid off the match play spot. Could you imagine Menzies in Blackpool?
Yeah, but not for the reasons you can.
Do we think Luke Littler wins a major this year? Yes. I don't see how he doesn't at the moment. I know.
Are you saying the Bahrain Masters is not a major?
Correct. It's a televised tournament.
You're wrong on that, aren't you?
Mind you, you'd have thought after Jonathan Ross that it was.
Jesus. Marbles on the wind-up. Shock.
Why? What's he put now?
There's been another 147 in the snooker today at the World Open. So Rod Stud has tweeted, and another at Wayne Mardon. He's replied, so easy, with a laughing face. Here we go again.
Pietrescu lost to Jeffrey the Swan. Going back to your Jimmy White, this is gonna split darts fans here, but in a sense, Glenn Durrant for those 2.5 years in the PDC.
Nah. He won stuff.
Yeah, but didn't win the world title in the PDC.
3-time world champion elsewhere, though. Come on, man. That's a terrible comparison.
Ask him what he calls himself.
Don't care. It's a terrible comparison.
Ask him what he calls himself. That's all I'm saying.
I don't care. It's a terrible comparison.
No,
I'm not here to criticise Ben at that point. I'm here to criticise your point. No.
I think I've got a point.
You've made a point. It's a terrible one.
I disagree.
You would.
And
in 20 minutes, he's talking absolute shite.
The live range tonight is me, Gob, and Boise Joe. No guest. I'm not going to lie, we've slacked on the guests recently, but having the Pro Tours Monday, Tuesday also doesn't help us.
Correct. Yeah, Phil, less opinions, mate. That was so bad.
You know, no, Matt, I get you only had 2.5 years, but you said that people wanted to see you play, and there was a mistake. I remember going to Blackpool the year he beat MVG, and in that period, everyone wanted to see Glenn Durrant play. Everyone.
I think that was a hype because he just was on the come up, though, wasn't he? Like, you think about anybody else that's made a transition across, or like Josh Rock had that appeal for his first year.
Not like Duzza didn't. Being that I go to every event, there was a difference between the hype around Josh being an incredible youngster and around Duzza. It was completely different. Duzza genuinely became a fan's favourite.
I don't think a man that is often referred to as boring Duzza could be compared to Jimmy White, who was, let's be honest, never boring.
Also, off his head off the time.
Yeah. Which I think Glenn might have been when he decorated his living room, but that's about it. Sorry if you're watching, Glenn.
Do you think Kim Hybrex is past his best now? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think he'll ever look, I'd never say never, but I'd be surprised if he recaptured the form that saw him in the Premier League.
I don't think he's going to lose his card anytime soon.
No, but I don't think he's going to ever hit the heights that he hit before.
Correct. I mean, he's 32nd in the world, but he is defending 90 grand. He earned 81 last year. Defending 35k from, well, 50k in total of 176 is World Championship money. He's got a Pro Tour win to defend.
I'm just checking something.
2 10Ks at the match play and a 10K at the PCFs is also not getting to the match play would be difficult. You're looking at the World Cup race.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the Decker's not far.
$20K.
Yeah.
Ronnie's miles away there.
Yeah. That's a good Euro Tour run.
Mm. Do we think Bartons gets there?
One day, yes.
Also, given last year and the video that we've seen emerge recently.
Do I think he'll be asked to step aside or told to step aside?
Yes.
I think potentially he may be asked, but knowing Kim, I think he would tell him to stick it up there. If you want to drop me, you're going to have to publicly drop me.
Yeah.
I don't think he would willingly say, go on, someone play on my shirt.
I guess the other question is, this situation may have happened before and it was used to leverage another position. What is the best he could get out of it in return?
Nothing, because
he ain't getting a Premier League call up anytime soon. Let's put it that way.
No, I don't. Where the others, there was some leverage because of who they were at the time. Where this, I don't think he's got anything. I genuinely think that would Belgium be better as a cohesive team with Mike de Decker and Dimitri? Yes, but I think Kim, if that were to happen, Kim wouldn't give it away. He would say, if you want that to happen, you're going to have to publicly axe me.
Yeah.
Someone asked who Republic of Ireland captain is. That's Willie O'Connor at the moment, but Keane Barry could get to him. He's only $5,000 in front.
Whose A game was better, Terry Jenkins or Baxter? I'm not old enough to answer that question.
Jenkins for me.
That's where I would have gone there.
Who's got the sweet birds?
Do you mean you can hear birds? Because I got some outside my window.
Yeah.
Massive tree in my front garden.
I say it's just not mine.
I'm ready to go.
I know we spoke about it in our chat earlier. Darts News wishing Corey Cadby happy birthday. I messaged I messaged the two main people there, and I sent them both screenshot with underneath it. I went, I goes, he can't see it where he is.
I was like, surely fucking not. They've done that deliberately, haven't they?
So James Hurrell is developing to life well on the PDC right now as well.
Mm.
John
I'd
Henderson is
take that point a bit more if he wasn't averaging 86 when you said it.
Look, doesn't matter what you average, it's are you getting results?
Yeah. Oh, streaming board 1 will be Raymond van Barneveld against Michael Smith.
Cameron Min. Johnny Clayton is playing himself back into form right now as well.
Who?
Johnny Clayton.
Yes, looked very good the last couple of rounds.
Like I said,
started slowly against Whitlock, but actually came good.
Yeah, I obviously saw him up close at the exhibition when he beat MVG, and he looked sensational.
Mm-hmm. He's got the bit between his teeth again, hasn't he? Look, we know he took a long time to adjust to personal life changes.
Yeah.
But yeah, firing Johnny Clayton is good for darts. You think Scott Taylor should try his PDC Tour? He's been to Q School, he just doesn't get through it.
But I agree. I think he's an incredible player.
Mm-hmm. Is he top today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He missed a dart. I can't remember what it was, but he missed a dart to win it. One of his games 4-0 with average 115.
It's ridiculous. He's an animal. I did his last week down there, didn't I? And then start of his Champions League as well, I think. Toretta did play today. I think he lost in the first round.
Rob, I'm not quite sure how long, but it's approaching a year already. So,
lol.
I think it was
right with John Henderson.
I think it was towards the end of May. How are we doing, Puzzle Dan? Hope you're good. Dan Pellegrino is in. Hope you are good, mate.
There's never crowds at the Pro Tour events.
Used to be.
I don't think there should anyway.
No, but I'm saying
they guests each.
They used to be from quarterfinals onwards. They used to let people in. The problem is with Corey going to Q School was not this. This isn't just Corey, by the way. This is in general. You can't apply for the visa until you have a card.
Mm-hmm.
Well, James Hurrell beats Damon Heta.
Interesting.
What's MVG been like today?
I'll be honest, he's sort of just gone under the radar. He bashed Leighton Bennett 6-1 with a 99 average, and I barely even noticed it.
I must admit, I was surprised to still see him there.
101 to beat Clemens. 99 to beat Bennett. 92 to beat Danny Van Tripp, 6-4. That one was streamed. He's not been back on a stream since either.
Yeah, he was one that I half expected to pull out this morning.
We did lose a few. But... Hey, he's not started yet. But if you insist.
Ian White beats Ronnie Hybrex.
Top 32 done.
Go back to where's the map? There it is. All Dutch clash underway between Noppet and Dejuan.
I'm sure I've played the Barney Alarm too many times today, yeah? But, oh well.
He's just not normally still in. I'm 100% convinced we will have a World Series in Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Forrest have been docked 4 points.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Everton fans kicking off because it wasn't 6 like they got.
They'll appeal it as well, is the thing.
Not sure they will. Well, as a club, probably, for the principle of it, but yeah. I've not got birds in my room. They're outside. There's nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. I wasn't in starts when Corey was on tour. Was he all that? Yeah.
Yeah. He had the world in his hands.
Sensational dart player, and he knew it as well. He knew it.
Yeah. He wasn't shy at all.
He genuinely sat in my living room once. Not long after he's got his card, back when it was literally the year before they changed the UK Open qualifying criteria. So the first 6 Pro Tours were all UK Open qualifiers. And he looked at Kyle Anderson and went, I'm going to win one of these, so it doesn't matter. You should try doing the same.
I remember when he rocked up again, day 1 of Q School. I'm winning today.
I think Simon Jordan knows his stuff.
To be fair, do I think it will happen soon? No. But if they offer enough money, it will go.
Yeah.
Everything in sport now has a price. Everything.
I know it's been overspoken about, but do you think the Smith-Neal situation become a police matter? Possibly already is. That's up to the person that was assaulted or the venue to push it on to be a police matter. I'm still convinced the most he will get is a 3-month ban.
I'm not.
I think anything else sets an incredibly dangerous precedent for one of their big boys to go out and do something stupid away from darts.
I don't think we'll see Adam Smith-Neil on tour for at least 2 years.
I think that would be ridiculous for a non-PDC event.
I'm not saying he gets banned for that. I'm not saying he gets banned for that long.
Where there is provocation, whether or not that legitimizes what he did or not is a completely different conversation. But he is provoked.
I think he may get banned until the end of January, conveniently.
What, and then take his card away from him?
Well, no, because he loses his card at the end of the year anyway, and then he can't go back to Q school.
That would be ridiculous.
I just think that
absolutely ridiculous. I'm not. Look, the bloke's bad, right? He's a wronger. He's assaulted someone. Plus, he got done for, well, not done for, but it's well documented what he did before he was a tour card holder to people.
See, Rob's thinking like me.
Six-month ban wouldn't stop him from Q school yet. It'd have to be a 9-month ban from now.
Yeah, but I think that's what it. I think it will. I think that it'll be so he can't go to Q school. Matt said the same in the interview, that I think they'll make an example of him.
Which I get, but he'd have a very, very strong case for, how have you done that to me and not Kim?
How's he going to have a strong case? Who's he going to take it to?
Well, Hybrex, public in the court of public opinion, Kim Hybrex, there's literally a video circling around right now of Kim Hybrex assaulting another tour card holder.
By the way, I fully agree with you on this, but what I'm saying is when the DRA and the PDC are governing, there's no one to appeal to apart from the DRA.
Yeah.
So it might be harsh, but he's not going to win he's never going to win an appeal against someone that's banned him.
Yeah. Will Adrian Lewis play an event this year just to keep his tour card and not get it taken off? Adrian Lewis's card cannot be taken off of him. The rule that they've amended and changed is that you have to play a certain number of events in your first year.
To be fair, again, it's one of those ones. He'll lose his card at the end of the year anyway.
Yeah.
But at this point, I genuinely don't think we'll ever see Adrian Lewis play competitive professional darts again.
Me neither.
I think it's...
Dozzer's not on the DRA. Dozzer is on the PDPA.
PA, yeah.
And I'm not going to comment any further on that one.
Well, after what I told you about the conversation I had in Holland?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Similar to Jack Main is suspended. Yeah, exactly. Look, Jack Main, whether he's done it or whether he hasn't, only he knows. But he's appealing against the people that gave him the punishment. They're not going to overturn their own decision. If there is an appeals process, it should be heard by an independent body. But the problem is there isn't anything in darts to do that.
The DRA are already the independent body.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But there's not another one to go to.
Independent. With absolutely no outside influence.
Yeah. How are we doing? ASG Golf, hope you are good. Welcome along, everyone. Remember, if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. We've hit the 35k mark, so ticking that one off. Next step is 40k.
We've got games live, but none of them are the streaming boards. Are they the 4 that aren't streamed? No, Barney Smith. What's going on?
Max, there are 4 streaming boards on PDC TV. Can't watch them all, but there are 4.
Standout player today. Good question, that. Van Gogh's been pretty steady. 92, 99 and 100. Clayton's been solid. Ross Smith beating Chris Dobie was a big win. He started slowly in a couple of games, but actually I feel like his average has been really good today.
Yeah.
Bunting's going about his business quite nicely in a not so slightly weaker part of the draw, but that bottom half is Ian White, Stephen Bunting, Danny Noppert, Jeffrey Desvan, Ross Smith, Willie O'Connor, and Johnny Clayton, Cameron Menzies. Top half of the draw, James Harrell, Joe Cullen, Barney Michael Smith, Gando Gurney, and Van Gerwen Wright.
And yeah, Menzies he's only just over $2,000 off a match play place at the moment. Going back up, Adam. Sorry, Big Johnny says the bloke that Adam played is not innocent in all this. 100% he's not, but he's not a PDC tour card holder. Is the issue? I've got my own opinion on the Jack Main situation, Glenn. I'll keep it to myself. They can take the pills to cash, surely. They probably could, but I don't think anyone's got the money to take it to cash.
Yeah.
That's the issue with taking it there.
Then again, I don't know entirely how they're funded, but surely if they did, the DRA would struggle to then fight that off.
Probably.
If you did manage to fund a trip to CAS with enough evidence to back yourself up, or the fact that the DRA might not have enough evidence the other way.
100%. But it's that old thing of can you afford to do it? I remember when a certain player took a legal barrister to his DRA case, and funny enough, he came out with no charge. This is going back a while.
Yeah.
Dan says, can we let Saudis know I'm available to cover any potential events and have no moral subscribing to it? Oh, yeah, no, I'm with you. How are we doing, Cameron? Hope you are good. See, I know Dan's of the same opinion as well. God, you're outvoted here. We all think it's going to happen. No, not Price. To be fair, Joe, that is a very good question, and I don't know is the answer.
You have to know the secret handshake with Barry Hearn.
Yeah. You have to be mates with people.
A bit like the Freemasons, but upside down. That's how you get in the door.
The one thing about the DRA really pisses me off is they're quick enough to whack a statement out to say they've suspended someone, which, by the way, I fully agree with. Yet it will take them 20 years to publish cases.
9!
Right, Smithy lad.
I saw it on the stream. I saw the 141. Yes!
Smithy lad.
9! Definitely the darts, though, isn't it?
When they work, it's not a problem, but I don't. It's trusting them under pressure is the issue.
I mean, he's 3-0 down as well, but it was 3-1. Kept me on the DRA. Nah, nobody wants that.
How are we doing, Robin? Hope you are good.
Good timing, Robin. Michael Smith just hit a 9! Will there ever be a World Series event back in Japan?
I hope so.
I'd love to see it. Like, Asia has to be the returning focus for me now.
Yeah.
The Asian tour is absolutely flying. But the worry is that if they go to Asia, it will be Middle Eastern wealth countries, not darting hotbeds.
Possibly. Smithy's won back-to-back legs. One of them a 9.
9! He's been again.
Cameron Menzies 3-2 up on Johnny Clayton. MVG Peter Wright. Not that I know, Glenn. And this is what we're talking about the DRA. It's like they're quick enough to get information up when it suits them, but then nothing.
Yeah, but is there a question of they're not allowed to on this one yet?
Possibly, but tell people that.
Hmm.
How are we doing, Joey? I hope you are good.
What would I do if Lukeman hit a 9? I would marry Philip Brzezinski.
Martin Lukeman.
Or Smith with an 11, 3 apiece. Danny Noppett's he's been a standout player today. He's absolutely flown through the field so far.
Yeah.
$6-0 against Martin Dracht, 102 average, 92 average, 6-3 win over Stephen Burton, 92 average, 6-3 over Scott Williams, 98 over Jeffrey Desvan.
Menzies back in front, 4-3 against the Ferret. Gary Anderson 3-1 up, averaging 117. Casual Gary.
It's all right, isn't it?
Not bad, is he?
Make that 4-1.
Yeah.
Ross Smith back-to-back 11s, and he's still only averaging 99. Harold Cullen 2 apiece then. Barney 4-3 up on Michael Smith now. Gando 4-1 up. Michael Van Gogh leads trails Peter Wright 1-0, sorry. Johnny Clayton levels with Cameron Menzies 4 apiece. 10 points difference in the averages in that one in the favour of the Menzies. Willie O'Connor 4-3 down to Ross Smith, and Stephen Bunting 3-0 up on Ian White.
Jonathan, absolutely. I think Gary does it. I think he wins the TV tournament this year.
That one alert for Michael Smith. 3 clear darts at double 10 to move level. But instead, he is 5-3 behind and 1 away from an exit in the last 16.
Johnny Clayton has turned it around.
Kind of fell it. Daryl Gurney has not. Gary Anderson wins 6-1.
Don't worry, Dan.
Barney wins 6-3 over Michael Smith. We will hear the alarm again. 106 average for Bully Boy. Loses 6-3. I mean, a 9 dart will help. But, ouch. Ouch, Charlie.
Peter Wright is 2-1 up on MVG, and it's not the best of games, let's be fair. We're obviously talking, Gob, that if this Saudi Arabian event happens, they're obviously going to try and do something like they did with the snooker to darts. What do you reckon?
Quadro's a shout.
152 from Ross Smith. What a breaker throw that is.
Yeah, Quadro's a shout.
Do they try and go... We were talking about this the other day, I think it was me and Dan, that do they try and put another ball ring inside the ball that's gold?
No, I think it's too small. The other option, I guess, is that they do something weird with the board. And that they add more numbers. They add up to 25 instead. Remove the outer ring, and 25 becomes a new treble 20. So your top score is 225.
225. Look, I like the quadro board idea.
I think there's plenty that will be exploring that right now.
Oh. Ross Smith cannot throw for the game. He broke with a magical 152, but Willie O'Connor bounces right back. And Menzies has beaten the Ferret. Menzies is etching ever so close to being in a provisional match play spot. Revolving pond. Willie O'Connor did the hard work, broke straight back, and has started with an absolute bag of spanners.
You're a what?
Yeah. Were we quite surprised to see Gary in Hildesheim?
No.
I was. It's not the easiest place to get to.
Perhaps, but no.
I know he's not doing Risa on the Euro Tour.
Yeah, that bit's not a shock.
Yeah, but Risa's probably the same to get to as Hildesheim. Ross Smith does see off Willie O'Connor. 3 breaks a throw in a row. That's not a bad shout. Jamie says a golden 4th dart. Anthony says, have Wimmel create a series of boards with a random goal one. I like that. Oh, could you imagine? Yeah, a bonkers bonus for the perfect 9 dart.
That's more like it. That's the sort of thing I'd go for. Anything else just detracts too much from the game itself.
Gary averaged 113.97. The Flying Scotsman, Gary Anderson. This MVG Wright game is a bit of a stinker, but Peter Wright is in complete control. Where do you put the Saudi event, though, Cobb? Do you put it at the same time as Bahrain?
In the bin.
Unfortunately, that's not going to happen because there's too much money on the table.
All right, put you in the bin. If they start, an Asian leg of the World Series would be all right.
Yeah, in its current guys, you'd either have it at the same time as Bahrain or either before or after Oceanic.
Yeah.
MVG's averaging 79. Blech. James Hurrell has won 3 on the spin against Joe Cullen and is now 1 away from victory. Stephen Bunting seals a 6-2 win over Ian White.
Ugh. The problem with the Japan Darts Masters was that there was nobody in the crowd, and when there was, it just clapped politely. It wasn't the atmosphere that they were trying to sell people that darts is.
Yeah. I wouldn't say unpopular. Look, MVG's not going to play forever. He's not going to be your Taylors, your Beatons, your Garys that plays your rights into that. Not at all. Look, Stephen Bunting's playing really, really well at the moment. It's not a crazy suggestion at all. Anthony, look, the World Series is a real. It's a strange one, and I completely understand that it isn't for just normal darts fans, but this year's World Series just feels like a complete extension of the Premier League.
Pretty much.
I think for me, there's probably 4 players that should be in every World Series, and then the other 4 spots you could rotate around. From your Joe Cullens, your Johnny Claytons, and give people a go. I just think that the same 8 for every World Series and the Premier League is so far, it's been a little bit much. That we know that Michael is going to miss a couple of World Series events and that, but it's just an extension at the moment of the Premier League.
Phil Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think that, there's probably 4 that dictate being in everyone, but then the rest could be certainly offered around. If he took a year off, I think he probably would, yeah. I believe, Bob, look, I haven't got a stream up at the moment because I didn't have time to set up properly, but he's been using 50 mil points because that's what Luke uses.
That must be the right thing to do then.
Coming from a man that throws the dumpiest dart.
Hey, they're longer than they were.
MVG's back to within 1 here. White was 5-1 up.
Oh.
If he loses this leg...
That's my old setup. That's my new setup.
Horrid. I actually like the dart, to be fair.
They make a lot of sense, don't they?
Yeah, the dart I like. I just don't like the point in the back end. So Tom Harold's playing really well. Just beating Joe Cullen 6-4. He's into the last 8.
So I'm throwing the Target HEMA 03s.
Is this all getting a little bit nervy for Peter Wright? If he loses from here, this will sting. I know it's only a Pro Tour, but 5-1 up against MVG, this would sting. Pressure on the 85. Oh, gets over the line. That would have been a bit nervy if he hadn't. But Peter Wright beats Michael Van Gerwen at 6-4. I need new dart. Joey, depends what type of dart you like to throw. I'm having another little experiment at the moment.
Go on.
The Colin Lloyd Red Dragons.
You're back on Lloydies again. Does it make you want to punch a dartboard?
No. So, I like the Red Dragon Diamond ones. They're really nice. So what do you think about Ronald Deno saying on Twitter he's going to stop if MVG doesn't win a PC this weekend? I haven't seen it, but couldn't care less, to be fair. Someone's going to stop supporting someone because they don't win a Pro Tour, then it's just like, meh.
The kid's a muppet. Gone.
At the moment, I'm currently throwing the Colin Lloyd 22-gram Red Dragon darts, which are quite nice. Well, it depends if do you like a long barrel or a shorter barrel? So the last 8 lineup is as follows. James Hurrell will play Raymond van Barneveld. World Cup teammates collide as Gary Anderson takes on Peter Wright. Stephen Bunting takes on Dane Oppett, and Ross Smith takes on Cameron Menzies. 3 Scottish flags in the last 8.
Freedom!
Whilst I was down there as well, I had a throw of Luke Humphreys' new World Championship darts that are coming out with his exact setup. How he controls them with that stem, I have got no idea.
See, I've thrown his current setup because Jake's got them at the Super Series,
Yeah,
and they actually fly through the air really nicely.
I couldn't. The stems just I just couldn't control it.
Considering how long that dart is compared to mine, they actually came out really nicely. It's a bit light. Justin Pipe's old dart are one of the weirdest to have looked at. The balance with how long his point was, he was on the first to really be doing that. They lied down really awkwardly. They had a weird lump in the middle of the dart, shall we say. They were one of the best balanced darts I've ever picked up.
Yeah.
It made no sense whatsoever.
Yeah. Saying I throw 22s.
I think mine are currently 23 now, because that's all they did them in. But I used to be really light. I started off the 18-gram Colin Lloyd Pures.
Yeah.
And then I've slowly built my way up. My Lewis's were 21s. Gary's were 21 or 2, maybe?
So Luke actually uses his current setup is his black pixel grip dart. I don't know what it's called, but it's his signature one.
They're just his Gen 1s, aren't they?
With a 50 mil point, and he uses the K-Flex flight and stem combo.
Medium.
Yeah, I didn't know what length it was off the top of my head. I just knew it was the K-Flex. Boys, am I wrong? But if this was any other player than Peter Wright, you would, considering he's having to be a decent year so far. He's picked up massively. He's getting better and better. To be fair to Snakebite.
Yeah.
Look, it's still not consistent. Look, he's beating MVG with a 90 average. That's not the Peter Wright that we all know, but he's now winning games at least. Have you gone off the molded flight and stem combo now?
I don't really know at the minute. I'd gone back to just a standard flight and stem when I was throwing my other darts, which now changed darts. I just threw the setup it came with and actually worked really well. But I don't really know. I was throwing the Condors, weren't I? And I'm struggling to get them through the air. So I've not actually thrown a K-Flex yet. The windmill flights just seem a little bit too chunky for me. So I want to try something different. And they were medium, weren't they? And the complete wrong colour. So
yeah.
Other than that, I love them.
Oh, Mad, or you think Gob's collection? Gob will tell you want to see my case.
No, not darts. We were looking through all-in-one systems.
Oh,
and
fair enough.
I'll go get some more from downstairs in a second, but I've got Windmill Fusion, Q-Sol, Condor Axe, Condor Zero Stress, L-Style, Harrow's Click, Cosmo, and one other somewhere as well. So.
Yeah, my dark case is worse than Peter Wright's. Prediction for today. Look, it's hard to look past Gary Anderson. Yeah, look, Gary Anderson is playing the best out of the 8, but we've seen things turn. To be fair, Sean, I had to glue one of my points in before, so it happens quite a lot. Yeah, agreed. Galakai Muramatsu's darts are quite funky. It's a tough one. That changing for the sake of changing, I'm not. But if you've got something in mind and you think it will improve your game, I'd say give it a go. Do you think Cameron Menzies will win today? He can. I don't think he will, but he's capable. Thoughts on heavy darts? Not for me.
Yeah, me neither.
Nothing wrong with them. Look, with darts, there's no right or wrong dart or combination. It's what suits you as the thrower. If you're better with a heavy dart, Shane, then go for it. Look at Ryan Searle. Josh, Luke uses such a long point, and this is the reason why Peter Wright's doing it as well. Bo plays with a long point as well. So I've only got a little set. So look at the point on that one. It goes into the board, meaning the barrel is closer to the board. So it blocks off a lot of the treble, where if your point is out here, there's more room for the dart to go past the other one. That's the theory behind the long point, but it does change the complete complexity of the dart. Jules, Cherry Pepsi Max without any question whatsoever. Yeah, Shane, look, that's what I mean. It's if they are right for you, then that is perfectly fine. Don't throw a weight that you think you should throw. If the 30s work, the better than the 22s, then go with it. No, you've got the first bit right, Malachi, but there's the back. Would you ever use a Keith? Not for me. Yeah, Josh, that's why it is. The dart is further away from the board, so there's more room for them to go in. Adam doesn't need to win today to put himself in match play contention. He's already there. He is £1,750 off a match play spot. Yeah, again, Joe, if it works for you, mate, then go for it. Yeah, look, Stevie, look, long points aren't going to be for everyone. When me and Gob are down the Super Series together, he hates my darts because I've got a long point in them, where he throws with a short point.
Can't stand the balance of them.
That's what we were just saying. It's individual preference in there.
Yeah. Right, I've gone and got the rest of my... No, I haven't. I need one more set. I left them in the board.
Yeah, Adam, still a live lounge tonight. I'll set the stream up as soon as we're done here. Josh, good to have you on board, mate. We are always here, so great to have you. Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, I need to dig them out. I found my granddad's darts amongst some stuff, and they're just an incredible feathered brass dart.
They can go there.
Have you gone and got all your...
Every setup that has a different flight and stem on it. Just to show how many different variations there are. There's zero stress.
Daz, I think the Rock screws Roman on night 2. First quarterfinal is underway. While Gob's doing that, all games are warming up. So I will do the necessary. And that is...
Press the button.
As a front gripper with one finger on the point, assuming trying longer point should be a real... I don't know. Jim, I'm a rear gripper, so I don't know is the honest answer.
Ta-da!
What are the ones with the Union Jack on?
They're L-Star.
Right, okay.
They're a two-piece set. The stem's a bit weirder. It just sits on that point there. And built into the flight is like a casing.
Yeah.
So what should happen is you put that one in, and as the dart comes in over the top of it, it won't split on anything.
Right,
okay. Just off it. They're like built-in protection rings.
Yeah.
Condor axe. Similar to what the K-Flex is now. The original all-in-one plastic mold, if you like. These are the Condor Zero Stress, which same brand, same style of stem, but they've just got more give in them.
Oh, Christ, that's like a Play-Doh.
Yeah. These are Q-soles. These are similar. They're somewhere in the middle. There's a little bit of give in them, but the start shaft is a little bit more solid. Windmill Fusion. They've sort of narrowed the stem a little bit.
Where'd you get them from?
You didn't notice what dart that was on either, did you?
Just the Dolans, don't worry.
No, it's not.
Is it not? I thought it was Dolan.
Danny these I've never thrown with, but these are James Richardson's Q-Sol ones. He's just moved away from these, but these are similar to what John Michael was throwing in the week. Not in terms of shape, but in terms of the fact that they're spring.
What's he moved to then, James?
Just a solid, so they don't spring anymore.
Right.
Obviously, the L-Star that I showed you previously. So these are the Harrows Click. These are very similar to the L-Style. They spin naturally, but you can get the little rubber rings inside that stop it. These have less protection from sticking a dart in the top of them. And the last one are the Cosmo Fit Flights. These come in all different shapes. These, again, spin on top. They're almost a bit flimsy for me there. They're somewhere in the middle. And yeah, that's all the range of fit of whatever I've got on multiple different sets of darts. I put them on darts to show them off better, but They're Gary Andersons that are similar to the Claytons.
Yeah.
They're a pain in the ass to repoint. The L-Styles are on his World Champ ones.
Yeah.
Beautiful dart. The Jennings giveaways.
To be fair, they're a nice dart, to be fair.
Yeah, they're just a really nice straight barrel dart. Yeah, let's put it away. I don't use this case anymore, and I don't really know why, because I absolutely love it. Ooh,
The Harrows one.
Yeah. It looks like a binoculars case, basically, but it's a solid set of two. It's one up that way, so you hold a set of three in, the drop in, and then the other end the same.
Yeah.
Really clever. Just pain in the ass of carrying spare stuff around, I guess, is the issue with that one. They can go in the box. How durable are these new type stands in terms of drop to the floor? Will they snap easy? Depends what the surface of the floor is. So if you're playing on
stone and
tile flooring or stone, when you drop down, they are going to crack. But I'm not being funny. Your points will do that, and whatever else. Like some of it's quite brittle, but they're solid enough on normal flooring or carpet, or if they hit like an hockey or whatever. I've not had any issues like that.
yeah.
I've had these ones the longest, and that's all the damage that's been done to them. And I threw them for quite a while.
Yeah. Daniel, I will be the Pro Tour. You can actually watch the games on PDC TV. It's behind a paywall. Yeah, where you collect flights and stems, I'm the other way. I've got too many darts.
I've got too many sets of darts as well. I used to be very picky with my flights and stems. Not picky, I was just a little idiot. So I used to throw the Collinoid Pures, didn't I, which are like the tiniest darts in the world. In fact, there they are. So they're all-in-one machine dart, so there is no point to them. There's nothing that goes in and out. But where I used to hold them like this.
Yeah.
And I used to throw Target Pro Grips. And the minute that I wore off the word Pro Grip, I changed the stem.
James, PDC TV. You can tell the players that are sponsored as well when they start chucking their L-style flights and that into the crowd after games.
Yeah. They are not cheap. I was a bit gutted. I was sort of like dropping hints to John Michael that I wanted his darts, but his flights, but he didn't bite. Anyway, what's going on here? 2 each between Bunting and Noppy. Ooh, are they short?
Gary Anderson has missed the opportunity. Now Wright can break. And does.
Same. Perfect. I got these just loitering around as well. They were cheap on eBay.
Nice.
Target Sinks. The first Swiss point I had.
Stevie, there's one. Where was the World Championship launch? Hockey in London? Was good. Peter Wright is flying here. Shane, in my case at the moment, I've got 2 cases is the issue. which is never a good thing.
What are your thoughts on mixing brands? If you're throwing a certain dart, will you only throw of equipment from that manufacturer?
No, not at all. No.
I know some people will.
No, not for me.
I've not been to Pompey Darts yet, but I'm going to pop in soon, I think. I'll do one more shop online or from up here. And then...
No, not really. It's, there's no shops local to me. To be fair, the one at Pompey is probably closest.
Yeah, no, Swiss points only work in target darts, Swiss manufactured barrels. There was that company that introduced something that would basically convert your darts to their own system that would then become a twist on and off point recently. But they're basically breaking loads of darts. So they've withdrawn from the market to go away and work on it once again.
But you can get your darts converted to the Swiss point system.
Not officially.
No. Just look on plenty of Facebook groups.
Yeah.
There are plenty of people that do them.
Yeah, look, there's somebody out there that will do it, but not officially is the.
I don't know why it is, but this is by the way, this isn't anything against the Swiss point, but for some reason they just seem to sit differently in the board. For me,
I don't.
Look, the actual theory behind it is brilliant because it means you can take them in your hand luggage.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'm not sure Luke can because they'd still be classed as weapons.
Yeah.
Gary Anderson had carved a great opportunity to break back here, but 2 trebleless visits has kind of dampened that at the moment. You know, Jamie, you know. I know it's up your neck of the woods, Glenn. Is A180 still an actual shop that people can go to?
Yeah.
Because weren't they bought out?
They have, but they've retained their name, but they are under a partnership with.
Right, okay. Yeah, that's what I was asking.
I think.
It's called St. Helens Dart Shop now. See again, show my age. Back when I was young, we used to order our stuff from Tommy's Darts.
I've always used Darts Corner, but the problem is I just don't sell anything now.
No, that's the problem. Since look, everyone knows that Mission and Darts Corner are one and the same, but since they became a competitor, that other people won't sell to them now, will they?
No.
Which I get, to be fair.
I'll pop in when I'm in there. So I've got a couple near me in Nottingham, to be fair. There's one in Leicestershire called the Dart Shack, which is try before you buy. He's literally got everything out. Whereas I know Pompey Darts will only let you throw one of each, whereas he will let you throw entire sets. He's got sets to try on pretty much every single barrel in there. One set of everything he buys in the stock is turned into a trial dart. There's a place in Sutton in Ashfield, not too far north. And there's one in Worksop called Darts Power. They've also got snooker cues and stuff up there.
Yeah, Tom. That's where I used to get my stuff from. Tommy Darts became Pure Darts. Yeah, they did.
Darts GB are the other one, aren't they? London based.
Yeah. To be fair, I've been to the shop. Darts GB is really good. To be fair, it's not far from Ali Pally.
Yeah.
Oh, that's huge from Gary. Takes out the 110. No, I've not been to Vincent's shop, but I'm going to because it looks good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm relocating SG, so I'm moving to Gosport in May.
How are we doing, Chris? There used to be a dart shop in Bournemouth, but that closed down ages ago. No, Adam. Gary needs at least a ton.
Because there's lots of work down there. That's why.
Gary Anderson, 130 for 4 apiece. If not, Wright can go within 1. Peter Wright, double 18 for 5-3. Oh, Peter. Gary levels it up. To leave 16 from 36, Gob says you've thrown a stray dart somewhere as well.
Yeah.
That says to me you've got in the 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then inside 16s. Barney 4-3 up on James Hurrell. Ross Smith 1 away from ending what's been a very good day from Cameron Menzies. He split. Fair enough. I haven't got the stream on, so. Yes. Brave when you're playing Gary Anderson to burn a dart. Remember, everyone, if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe as well. Oh, Gary, that's an absolute shocker. And Wright steps in. Menzies has one back against Ross Smith, but still trails. Wright to go within 1 and break again. If the 70 goes, this would hurt.
Boom.
Missed. But that's the issue with double five. It can get messy and get messy quickly. Anderson 1 away from the semi-finals.
Uh-oh. From 3 Scots, he might be the only one as well, because Ross Smith is a leg away against Cameron Menzies. We might have to press that button again. I might have to go and shoot some birds. Jesus Christ.
I like it.
It does my head in.
It's a good alarm clock for the morning, though. Now, Jamie, MVG lost to Peter Wright in the last round. Remember, everyone, if you haven't yet, come and say hi in the chat room. We have the best chat room in darts. Ross Smith has beaten Cameron Menzies. Cammy is out. Smudger into the semi-finals, where he will play Stephen Bunting. Gary Anderson, 96 to win it. But Peter Wright leaves the Mensor. Will he get a go? The answer is no, he won't, because Gary Anderson takes 96 in 2. The Flying Scotsman beats his World Cup teammate to book a place in another Pro Tour semi-final. And whilst we do that, back in the chat room, afternoon, Andrew, hearts for Excalibur. How are we doing, Paddy?
Barney won at the same time as well, so we do have our semi-final line up. Barney versus Gary Anderson and Stephen Bunting against Ross Smith. We can watch both of them.
We don't have a Discord, but we might look into it.
I spend too much time on my phone already.
So, the semi-final lineup, it will be Raymond van Barneveld will take on Gary Anderson. Stephen Bunting will take on Ross Smith. How are we doing, David? Hope you are good. Obviously, where I missed the first bit, was it another early depart for Chisnell?
Very good, very first round. I think he lost third round, actually. He smashed up Merv and then lost 6-5 to Ronnie Hybrex, averaging 11 points lower.
Ouch.
Just us three. Cheers, SG. Haha, you wish, pal. Catch me down at Waterlooville on a Wednesday night.
Where did I see a second ago? It says, hi from Ireland. How are we doing? Hope you are good.
Ireland. Oh, brilliant. They won something this weekend, didn't they?
Any football talk on tonight's live lounge?
No. Absolutely zero association soccer.
So I didn't watch it. Did you lose it or did they win it?
They're both.
Just makes City's run to the FA Cup, or City's lifting the FA Cup final even easier.
Yep. So the Tuesday one is, so he plays at both of them. Although I've not actually seen him in Waterlooville on a Wednesday. So there's one in Southampton on a Tuesday, where I know Simon definitely plays, and then the one on a Wednesday at Waterlooville at the Phoenix Club. I've seen Mason in there, but I've never seen Simon in there. Adam Lipscombe plays out of there. Danny Smith occasionally. There's a few of the Hampshire County players in there as well. Some of the young lads that come out of the Pompey Academy. Andy Jenkins plays out of there. I've been there twice so far. I beat one of the lads I went with from the Super Series and then got beat 4-0 by Adam Lipscombe. And then I got beat by Andy Jenkins 4-1. Great success.
QE, the semi-final lineup will be Barney against Gary, Stephen Bunting against Ross Smith. Matador, look, I'm good with the Spurs result. Look, we are what we are. We're work in progress. We'll win some games and excite, and we'll also be shit and lose like we did at the weekend.
No. Plumstead's a good lad.
Yeah.
I don't know Gemma Hayter, no. I've not spent enough time down there, to be fair.
Just out of interest, I should know this because I'm fairly local. But AS, you might be able to help. Does Steph Smee still play at all? Because she used to be superb. What's that?
Who?
Steph Smee. She used to be a Hampshire A player. She was like really, like she was superb.
No idea.
How we doing, Mr. and Mrs. Price? Hope you are both good. Good to have you in the chat room. Yeah, Rob. Obviously, she used to play for Hampshire, so she was superb. Cool. Cheers, mate. Yeah, just wondering. Rob, I am right. She played at Lakeside at least once, didn't she? Maybe twice.
Scotty!
How are we doing, Scotty? Hope you are good. Just waiting for the semi-finals to kick off. Who right are you going for, chat room? 4 remain. Who wins from here? Barney, Gary,
Stephen Bunting beats Barney in the final and then gives a really emotional speech where he tells the world that this guy's the future.
Give this man a Premier League card. The fixtures are 1 plays 8. So Humphreys against Wright. I know that. Let's have a look. Right, the fixtures in Dublin are as follows. Luke Humphreys plays Peter Wright, Nathan Aspinall, Rob Cross, MVG, Gerwin Price, Luke Little, and Michael Smith. That is your quarterfinals for the 3 Arena.
Yeah, to be fair, Joe, I did say I know at the start of the day, so I've got to stick with it. I'll just go for comedic effect.
Ah, nice, Rob. Yeah, I'd say she literally Hampshire A, superb, but kind of just vanished. Gerwin Price is actually playing some really good stuff at the moment. Just need something to go for him. Bazza, look, me and Gob have had this conversation before that in its current guise, the county system doesn't work in this current day and age. Back in the day, it was fine, it worked. But with the way the world is, it just doesn't work for me, Gob.
Although I did hear a decent counter argument to that the other day. And if you regionalise it, everybody just ends up playing for the same county. Somebody somewhere assembles a super side and then just goes after the national title because there's inevitable finals, which means the rest of your season isn't worth the time.
I get that, but it's not worth it's not worth its time in its current guise either. Yeah. So it's like, what do you do?
Yeah.
Look, I agree. At the moment, as its current guise, it is a waste of time. But there's still a place for it if it's done properly. Yes, Bob, Dublin is my favourite Premier League venue. Like, I know we talk about it a lot, but the Magic Weekend concept was still brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay, there were some teething issues on year one, but what event doesn't have teething problems on year one and they just scrap it because it didn't go as they envisaged?
Yeah.
But again, just my opinion, too many dinosaurs trying to run areas of darts that have no clue of the modern era of the sport. They're trying to do it as it's always been for their own ego as well, not for the good of the sport. They're doing it because their name appears as a title in an organisation and things like that.
Like the BDO collapsed twice.
And then these people are then back within roles in other organisations and things like this.
But it's never their fault. It's always someone else's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
100%.
He's not started yet. You're back. That's not true, Johnny. It used to. Yeah. If you won 10 out of 10 in a season, you got into the Gold Cup, didn't you? And
that was you got a
Lakeside qualifier as well.
And you can only get picked for your country by playing for your county and X, Y, and Z. So it did used to have a purpose.
I am, mate. Yeah. We've had discussions about the Super Series lot putting a side in, but I didn't realise you need 9 players. and the Pompey League restarts again very shortly. So I don't know what I'm doing as yet. I'll probably look to join a team to start with, and then look what I can do in second season when I understand it a bit more. My partner's about to be managing a pub, which has a function room, and they've said we could put a dartboard up. So that might be a consideration.
Semi-finals are warming up.
More importantly, though, forget darts for now. I need to find a golf club.
What, in the south?
There's two in Portsmouth. There's Portsmouth and there's Haylen Island.
Yeah, but the golf clubs around here are all mega expensive.
Yeah. That was the plan, John. We haven't told him yet, but obviously all the staff are going to sign on. There's me. Connor played on the Dev Tour before. Harvey currently plays county for Sussex. And a couple of others. And then we were going to sign all the commentary boys on for whichever weeks they're down there. So one week we'd have Nico and Doz a player. The next week it'd be Mace playing. Yeah, ADC have sort of changed people's perspective on county a lot more as well.
Yeah. Jack says, couldn't justify time at county when I played the vault. Yeah, look, I get that. Hello, Alana, as well. Hope you are all good. Mini pricey.
I'm good with golf. Yeah, sound.
Just out of interest, pricey, who's Alana's favourite player?
Me.
Obviously. Why wouldn't?
Where's that?
So, Gary has the darts and kicks off with a max. But then two Travellers' Visits just opens the door for Barney. Bunting against Smudger are underway. Of course, the pair practiced together for the World Championship. Smudger went up to Bunting's for a week. First blood to Gary Anderson. Remember, the format goes up first 7 in the semi-finals. Gob's now checking out golf clubs.
Yeah. Of course. So it won't be Monday because obviously we did a thingy on Monday. So I think the Pompey League is Tuesday. Or is Pompey League Monday? Have I messed up completely? I don't know. I'm looking at Tuesday or Wednesday. Because Thursday, Friday, late night reffing means I wouldn't be available. And Monday I got the live lounge. So Tuesday or Wednesday.
James, that's nice. I like that. Good stuff. Barney holds and we are level at 1 apiece.
1-1.
First blood for Bunting, and it is a break of throw.
Where you live, Scotty?
Winchester.
Ooh. That's not bad. I normally stop for petrol at Tesco Winchester before I get on the A34. Yeah, Pompey League Tuesday. So it'll be that, and then Wednesdays when I can be asked to go to Waterlooville.
Yeah, Winchester League's Monday nights. Used to play in that a bit. Basil, what part of Devon are you from? Because Devon is not a million miles from me. Fair enough. The only bits I've seen of Ash is the bits on from the UK Open. To be fair, Josh, I haven't really seen a lot of it, but seems a good player. I've not really studied him like we know other players.
Nice action. Simple action.
But you don't qualify for the UK Open if you can't play to a good level.
Mm-hmm.
Plymouth, cool. Yeah, Plymouth's probably 2.5 hours from me ish. Let's have a look.
Okay. I've got family in Plymouth, I think.
Maybe a bit longer, maybe closer to 3, but 130 miles. Yeah, 245.
Gary back in front, averaging 105. I forgot I've got the streams about. I'm just sat looking at other crap on my laptop. Do it every time.
Ross Smith not firing in this semi-final. Normally a huge scorer, only averaging 60 right now. Yeah, Johnny, you don't get to the final if you're not good. Bunting doubles his lead as the Ross Smith averages plummets to 55.47. Not ideal. But Barney takes out a 110 with Gary sat on 48 to hold and level at 2-all.
Good last start to set it up as well. 2029 54.
Anthony, your guess is as good as mine with that. We spoke about that a lot last year about certain players were only in the same half as other players, maybe once or twice in 15 weeks and things.
Didn't they admit to that and then change it?
Yeah. But I still don't know how they've worked it out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
My final is Barney versus Bunting. Winner Barney. Nice. He's playing well at the moment. He's got the Gary Anderson throw under the cosh. Took out 110 last leg. Unless Gary can find a ton topper himself. Maybe going 3-2 up. Gary. Whatever you can do, son. Have some of that back.
Tasty.
Do you think Ash Khan will make it big time? Shane, making it brackets big time in darts is tough for anyone. Can he get a tour card? Yes, absolutely. Would that be classed as making it big time? In some people's eyes, yes. I think progression in darts is all about baby steps. It's about doing it in the right manner. We've seen numerous players burst on and then lose their card within a couple of years. It's about doing it the right way, Gob, and just making sure you're ready and your game's in a sustainable place.
Yes.
I thought there's some ferret count in there from Barney. 102 to leave 159.
Johnny Maths.
Can Gary take out? Oh, he's missed the ball for 310 in 6. Barney levels it up 3-all. I think the Ross Smith tank may be empty.
Yes. He has battled back a couple of times. He started poorly in a couple of matches today, to be fair, but oops.
That's the thing. At this level, you can't be giving quality players a head start. Four 0 Bunting, 3 away. This is a much more conventional hold or potential hold for Gary here. 74 goes. Barney not on a finish. Interesting, Gob. You know, when we talk about jumps in the rankings and everything like that, Gary is about to rocket because this year he's defending 20%, which is 61.25. That's all he's defending, and already, and we're only in March, he's earned 45 grand this year.
He's only defending 60 grand.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And he's going to be in everything.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole season, 2022, defending £61,250.
Have you seen the players above him? Clemens, 170 grand. Josh Rock, 125 grand. Wade, 92. Searle, 126. Gilding, 100. Ross Smith, 211. Bunting, 130. Dobie, 167. Cullen, 175. Dirk, 226. Noppy, 212. Clayton, 178.
He's about to go one way, and that's up.
Chisnell, 180.
And you think, I'm pretty sure, 2 years ago, I'm just looking now, he didn't play in a lot in terms of TV tournaments. He wasn't in them, so he's got some free hits.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just right. I'm looking at what Gary Anderson is defending as it's coming up. So Players Championship 7, nothing. 8, nothing. 10, nothing. He's literally defending absolutely nothing at these events where everyone else is. He lost first round of the match play 2 years ago, only defending 10 grand there, only defending 7.5 at the World Grand Prix. Didn't get to the European Championships. Didn't get to the Grand Slam. 5 grand at the Players Championships.
Yeah. You think how many of them got increased prize fields as well?
Yeah.
Since 2 years ago. I'm not convinced I would have noticed it was the wrong player thrown first either, to be honest. So.
So yeah, already bearing in mind this is only first round prize money. Gob on the tour card race, he's already back up to provisional world 15.
Tasty.
And that's only with first round prize money on, and between 15 and 10 is only like 30 grand. So we're provisionally talking about Gary Anderson being a top 10 player again as the rankings. Look, he was never not a top 10 player, but you know what I mean? I tell you, Barney's doing well to stick in here because, look, Gary's playing well, but Barney's averaging 99 here. It's almost gone under the radar what Barney's doing. Oh, John, absolutely. There's one player that caused all this, and look at the consequences. Don't annoy him. He was tooling off into the sunset.
Silly boy. Ross Smith is alive.
Yeah, he's fighting back here. He seems to have woken up. Gary misses an opportunity to break Barney.
Five apiece. Gary has the darts. Best of 3 from here. Oh dear.
Ooh.
Oh dear, oh dear. What a tune that was, by the way. Tinchy Strider and the Chuckle Brothers.
Chance here for Barney. And it would be a big chance because it would mean he would throw to beat Gary Anderson. And it goes one good leg from Barney would put him into a Pro Tour final.
for the first time since about 2 weeks after he won his card.
Yeah. How are we doing, Richard? Hope you are good.
Who was most likely to win a TV major this year for the first time? I mean, Bunting's already done it.
Luke Littler.
Yeah.
Oh, Gary. Here he is. How we doing, Jar? $151 for Barney for a place in the final. Doesn't go, so Gary has break back opportunity. Oh, apart from Littler. Okay. 6-all. This is an if, but we've seen some signs to suggest he's on the road to recovery. If Dirk can rekindle the form from this time last year, he will go close.
Yes. Hatter for me.
I think Heta, Dirk, and Sir were the ones for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hatter for me.
Two treble visit here from Barney would make it interesting. Makes it interesting. Not enough. Barney's favourite from here for me.
Until he throws it up. Now he's favourite.
What's a leg from Raymond?
Yeah, but if that was just 60, he's no longer favourite. He's first to win it, but it's the 1 in 40 shot, and Gary gets a chance to lay up.
81 for an 11-dart leg and a place in the final.
Oh,
he's missed the dart of the ball.
Go for it. 1 dart.
I'd love this to say 51 next to it. Oh, Gary. I'd say 2. I haven't got the stream here, but by that, I'd say 2 match darts have come and gone for Anderson. They've both missed a match dart, and Barney is into the final.
Something's gone on the other stream, and I don't know what.
What do you mean?
Bunting's got to be drying his face with a towel. Gary stepped back to look next door as well.
Rewind it and put some sound on. Streamgate.
I just think he's struggling to see. 2 secs. I'll go on mute.
Bunting had a coughing attack. Love that, Jar.
Yeah, it didn't sound great at all.
Yeah, he's been struggling with that recently anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just going off of darts a minute. What is that purple England kit about? I don't mind the kit as a third kit, but as an away kit, no. A win here would almost certainly put Barney at Blackpool as well, like definite.
Yes.
Teresa, I don't mind it as like a third kit, but England's away kit has to be red or blue.
We're on the ball.
Yeah, I'm with you, Glenn. I'm not a fan of his. Peter Wright beat MVG. What format would you pick for next year's Premier League, and how many players? You have to go back to 10 minimum. For me.
Yeah, I just want a league for a year. Because it's in Germany, Owen, so nobody wants to travel.
Yeah.
Facebook allowing the @everybody tag is the most frustrating fucking thing in the world.
Oh, it's carnage.
I've already turned off notifications for that. There's a reason I'm not seeing it. I don't care.
You're about to laugh what I'm going to put in the chat, as in our WhatsApp chat.
Is that the happy birthday video?
3, 2, 1. Hi, Joel. Thanks for being in the Barney Army.
Good stuff, Bob. Good stuff.
After 5 events, Barney is third in the Players' Championship Finals race. Who on earth saw that coming?
Yeah. Not many people. Stephen Bunting, 65, gets the job done over Ross Smith. So we have a final, ladies and gentlemen. It will be Raymond van Barneveld against Stephen Bunting. Chat room, what are you saying? Who wins?
Darts wins.
Darts.
Always the winner.
Another game of darts.
One of my favourite lines of all time, that.
Yeah, I love it. Coming up after the break, another game of darts. I don't mind it at all. Factually, it's correct.
Mm-hmm.
I got Barney to do a special message for Jar. And he just called me an obscene.
What do you mean his other shirt? What other shirt?
I know, at the Super Series, he wore the Nuke shirt a couple of times, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, the yellow. Yeah.
Yeah. I had to stop and think then, but yeah. Go on, yeah, I think it is Tom, but he wore it as well when he played.
Give me the green light, and I'm ready to go.
I'm ready to go. I wasn't convinced about it at the Worlds, but now it's massively grown on me.
Shut Up and Dance is still a terrible walk-on, but I'm actually a fan of it.
I like it.
Luke's needs to change.
What, Humphreys?
Yeah.
It is.
Do we know what to?
If he sticks to the one he told me, I know.
Good.
I'll message you. Because it's not common knowledge, I won't say it.
Ooh.
I think it would work.
Yeah. Well, I've seen it work.
Yeah.
Should be interesting. The final will be in a couple of minutes' time. Go on and let us know who you think has the best walk-on while we have a very quick ad break. Welcome back. Titanium does go off, I agree, Stanley. Of course, they will win. Don't doubt us. Ass. Are we as a country over obsessed with Mr. Brightside?
No,
Is that my generation, Sweet Caroline?
Yeah, no, I think it's an absolute banging tune. It was our for Sunday League football song and things like that. Before we left the dressing room, that was what was playing all the time. Mind you, hard to believe that's 20 years old this year.
Mad, isn't it?
Yeah, 20 years old. Of course, there'll be a Barney alarm before the final. Look, I'm not going to lie. I do like Eye of the Tiger as a walk-on, especially the way Sky do it with the sirens at the top.
Oh. Black Parade was solid. Occasionally D2B, but not for a while. Depends if they're streaming and what we're doing at the same time.
Yeah, it depends what it clashes with.
Don't Look Back and Anger's a banger.
Yeah.
Willie O'Connor, depends which one he uses. Time is the final, couple of minutes time. There's about up to 7 minutes in between, but we'll just keep chatting in between, don't worry.
Yeah, Zombie's right up there.
Is he allowed to use Zombie again now?
Yeah, I think they're just going to let him use it.
Angels was decent.
Yeah.
From Robbie, from Dozer. I used Let Me Entertain You at uni for a while. That was fun. No, I quite like Dirks. I just don't like anybody else that has a similar one to Dirks now. Because Dirk's got his own style with it. He's got his own like dance move. Like people react to it. But then you get the likes of Barry Van Peer, Jules Van Dong, and all with similar. I'm a bit like, do your own thing.
Yeah. Obviously, look, Nathan Aspinall has made Mr. Brightside his own, but can you remember the first player to use it as a walk-on? Or
No.
the first one that you remember? I don't know if someone used it before him, but can you remember the first one that you remember using it?
Nope.
Dean Winstanley.
Do you know?
DTB, you may not know this, but the players don't actually get final say.
That's not true. The top players don't get final say because some
Yeah.
songs are too far entwined with the players. Yeah. Phil Taylor wanted to change a few years ago, and Robbie Williams was prepared to record him a walk-on song, and they said no because the power is too much part of Phil's identity.
And that's the same as Snakebite, because he wanted to change his and he was told no. Mind you, Peter's doing his dance less and less now.
Because he's getting old. Was some Men at Work? Was that recorded specifically for the Commonwealth or the Sydney Games?
I'm not sure, to be fair.
I'm sure that song was recorded just for the Sydney Games. I can't remember what year they were though. Was it at Sydney 2000?
Yeah, 2000 was Sydney.
Yeah. Oh, ASG, mate. It was all going so well.
Oh yeah, Ben, 100%. I'm with you. I wasn't convinced at the Worlds, but now it's right up there.
Everywhere on TikTok as well.
Give me the green light.
I'm still amazed that nobody uses mine. But at the same time, there's still hope that I can then use it at some point.
Yeah.
Just doing with pack it in full together, mate.
I still really want Danny Lauby or one of them to walk on to Hulk Hogan, I'm a Real American at Madison Square Garden this year.
Does anyone use Queen song as a walk-on? Ross Smith? No, he's Red Lights First Danger now.
Bobby George used to walk on to We Are the Champions.
Yeah, and Baxter, Don't Stop Me Now?
Yeah. Henderson, Status Quo.
It's not Queen then, is it?
No, but I'm trying to think of guitar songs in my head.
Yeah. Rocking all over the world.
Yeah, I'm just going through guitar songs in my head.
Mine is 5, Everybody Get Up. And it's just got the best drum drop. You can loop back into the chorus. Sick. Yeah, Dozza used Angels for a while. When he was searching for something new, because Adrian Lewis wouldn't bow down to his request to use Pig Bag.
Yeah. John, I said this for ages. Kingdom Freedom would be an amazing one. You've got no idea what that is, Go, have you?
Nope.
If I say Cody Rhodes.
Oh. It's definitely not like 80s or 90s. Like, my music knowledge is quite good.
You know what you've got to
Midnight
press?
First Danger is unbelievable. Game on, by the way. Bunting with the darts.
Yeah, you've got to do something.
Shit.
One.
Anyone use ABBA? Oh, do one of the Swedes, does Harrison walk onto ABBA?
No. Take a chance. Take a chance.
What else is good? I'm trying to think seniors now. McGeaney, you're like McGeaney's.
Yeah, some edges.
Metalingus, yeah.
Yeah. Same as sit punts as well would work.
Anyone use Brian Adams? Jeff Smith.
Jeff Smith, summer of '69.
David Cameron's is quite rocky, isn't it? I can't think what it is.
Metallica, maybe?
Yeah, something like that. There's quite a few in the seniors that are all old rock songs. Does anyone use Money for Nothing? I want to say someone like Mernon, maybe.
I'm pretty sure we've heard Money for Nothing as a walk-on song, but I can't think off the top of my head. Barney breaks to lead 1-0. Yeah, Anthony, look, we've spoken about this before, that I'm pretty convinced Peter Wright would like to play darts as Peter Wright and not Snakebite anymore.
Adrian Lewis used Money for Nothing before Pigbag.
Yeah, I knew someone had used it.
And Mike Kivenhoven uses it.
Yeah.
And Neil Zonneveld, apparently, according to this website.
Bunting needs to find a couple of trebles here. This leg's just getting away from him.
Peter Saiwani used to walk out to Queen, apparently. I Want It All.
Nice.
Phil Nixon walked out to Don't Stop Me Now and We Will Rock You. Robbie Green did Walking All Over the World for a bit.
Yeah, I remember that.
Ronnie, Don't Stop Me Now. Oh, Simon Whitlock walked out to New Sensation before Men at Work.
Yeah.
What tune that is? Steve Coote used to walk out to Kind of Magic.
I was devastated that when Damon Heta was going through his different walk-on song, that he didn't come out to the iconic Australian anthem of Too Many Broken Hearts.
Oh, Joe, that's my team's anthem.
That guitar.
Riley's jukebox used to have a very limited amount of songs on it, and Jason Donovan, Too Many Broken Hearts, is one of them. So my mate Ed used to put it on 5 times in a row.
But that guitar riff at the start is legendary as Barney leads 2-0.
Anka Zylstra, Headlong by Queen. Why don't I just search that way? Who else walks out to Queen? Right. Zylstra, Andy Pierce, Bobby George, Brian Woods walked out to Don't Stop Me Now. Jason Heaver, We Will Rock You. Oh, Dubbridge, of course. Flashes by Queen.
Yeah.
Michelle van der Horst, The Invisible Man.
Boom Shake the Room, Richard. Run the Bomb walks out to it.
What tune? Will Smith. Boom, shake, shake, shake the room.
Tick, 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 tick.
Oh! It's got a switch. Hey!
Big leg for Bunting here.
Hey.
Can't be going a double breakdown.
Yes. You raise me up.
Yes.
I have no idea what that is, Rebecca.
$61 for a double break for Barney. Ooh, things are getting interesting. Is Barney about to all but seal his place at the match play? This is good stuff from Barney here. Stamina has been an issue on these days. Bunting needs 2 trebles to leave a finish. Disaster.
Dreadful.
But not punished.
Should start 19s here.
All the 19s would leave a ton.
No, I wouldn't. Oh, yeah, all of them. But it should go single, treble, ball. Or that. Fill them up.
As I said, all the 19s leaves a ton. Barney to get a foothold. Something to build off. Doesn't go.
What's not right, Paul? You can watch the final if you want, if you've got a PDC TV subscription, but we're not allowed to broadcast that.
Yeah.
That is copyrighted.
Yes. Four 0 Goblin. Bunting has a lot of work to do.
Yes. Needs to pick the pace up a bit for me.
Yeah.
From what I've seen. I like the fact he's taking more time over his first start to set, but once it's in, get them out of your hands, son.
It's funny you should say that. That's on the Super Series. I feel Jim McEwen is stuck between styles at the moment.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. What is Mace's walk on?
The Ace of Spades.
Ace of
Motorhead.
Spades. Motorhead. Do you guys get to watch it? Yeah, so we've got the scores up in front of you, which we're catching at real time with you guys, and then if anything big happens, we've got a stream open each that we can tell you how and why they did it.
Yeah, and what he missed by, and
but because we pay for the subscription, so it's part of what we do. It's $4.99 a month.
Yeah. No, Glenn. So Jim went through this phase of setting dart 1 and then trying to be more rhythmical with darts 2 and 3, but he kind of forgets, and sometimes he sets all 3 darts, sometimes he doesn't. He's not worked it out yet. It's interesting as well that Barney's using the K-Flex still. I thought he'd have swapped back. He's more a traditional.
Floater, yeah. Anything to make a few quid, Raymond? $95. $180. Thanks, Owen.
Oh, that's huge. Bunting was threatening one of the breaks back he needed, but Barney pins the 68 to lead 5-1.
5-1.
Clean as a whistle from Barney. How are we doing, Dave? Hope you are good.
I'm on fire. Think anyone got yelled at when they missed? No.
No, because it's one of those things you're not expecting him to do it.
There's no way a spotter can make that.
No. No, there's no way they can predict that.
Does Keegan Brown use Park Life by Blurs? Is what I'll be honest. It's been that long since I've seen Keegan on TV. I can't remember.
No, he doesn't. I can't remember what he uses now.
Oh, yeah, Park Life new. Used to walk onto Blitz King Bop by the Ramones.
Yeah, that's what I knew. I haven't heard him walk onto Park Life then.
And Killer by Boy Kill Boy.
Yeah, sorry, that's my fault. I hadn't heard him come onto that.
This website's pretty good, actually. They've got a song on it that Kyle Anderson used once. But it's
What's
listed.
that?
Sound of the Police.
Yeah. You mean when they played the wrong version?
It wasn't the wrong version. It was that he played it to make a statement about something that was going on in Australia, and they weren't aware of that when he wanted the change. And then they're like, "Oh shit, that's political. You're going back to solid rock."
Yeah, because they wouldn't let him use his red hand shirt, would they?
No.
Bunting is in a world of trouble. It looks as if Barney is going to be back in the winner's circle. First to 8 in the final. Surely not even Barney can blow this from here, Gob.
You'll be surprised. But no, I agree. What a fantastic day for my group chat, Jar. Rising up, back on the street. Give my time, take my chances. You must fight to survive. You think.
At least Gob's enjoying himself.
I'm having a great time. What stream? Come join me tomorrow where I'll be singing more renditions of Eye of the Tiger. Maybe some titanium if somebody grabs my bollocks so I can hit that note high enough. Champion, champion, ole, ole, ole. Raymond van Barneveld wins Players' Championship number 5. He is absolutely flying on the race to Minehead this year. The 5-time world champion wins his first Pro Tour event since he made his return to the PDC and picked up a title just a couple of weeks later. But Barney is the man, beating Stephen Bunting. Eye of the Tiger, Barney Army. In fact, boom, Barney is the champ. We may even give you another one of those later on because we'll be back in 2 hours' time for the live lounge. Myself, Phil Bars, and Lee Boyce will all be here catching up with all of the week's action. Looking ahead to this week's Premier League, as well as the Champion of Champions in Blackpool for the World Seniors Darts Tour this weekend. Really appreciate all of you joining us. To Barzy for rocking up when he could be asked. Yeah, that's you, mate. I'm just trying to find the exit video now, so I'm going to keep talking. There it is. We'll speak to you all very, very soon. Hopefully, we'll see you in just a couple of hours' time.